CNN ain't see none of my friends. Swag gave me the blues, they never walked in my shoes. They want us living in fear, it ain't what I'm trying to hear. Switched it over to Fox, kept clicking, I barely stopped. New guest on NBC, no one that represent me, so I got tired of waiting. Sid master debate, give me some headlines, it must be past bedtime. Sleeping on me still like I ain't vitamin D for real. Rep your city, play devil's advocate. Wayne Brady gon' have to smack a bit. Tell me something good, a recipe for success. Give me some timeline, shop session and flight deck. Hey, P, what's next?
Yeah. Y'all already know what the fuck it is. It's your nigga C.O.W. the Cater Boy Music, aka C.O.W. the Cater Boy Music, and we coming to y'all on a special Tuesday edition to give me some headlines. You know what I'm saying? One half of the Two Gun Gang was indisposed at the country doing player shit, but we'll give y'all a little more of that later on. You feel what I'm saying? But as usual, per usual, we starting off with like that, you know what I'm saying? Smoke a little bit of that guy, man. If y'all tuned in to episode 7, y'all already know we were getting risky, man. Niggas started out on them white shit, but then we back on that guy. A little bit of sativa, man, because it's gonna be a conversation centered in the higher self today. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna be talking highbrow or highfalutin or using a lexicon that's hard to understand, but we're gonna be talking to you about how things are discussed, how things are perceived, and get into not necessarily why people discuss things the way they do, but talk about elements of things that get missed when discussing it and how that would impact people's opinion if they had that frame of mind. Because how you look at something is overwhelmingly impactful of what you perceive it to be. And when we talking about perspective, when we talking about building something from the ground up, if you're talking to C.O.W., you already know. I can't start that party without my nigga P.
Shit, I'm too hype. Hey,
what it do, man? It's your player partner,
Hey.
P. Henry Trotter the Fourth, aka Home Run Trot, aka Casino P, aka Mr. Long P all by himself, man.
I'm Mr. Long P. Man, you already know what it is. Sitting there bit with microphone arm issues, you know what I'm saying? I like the goddamn Stretch Armstrong, that guy. So it trying to quit. But they gonna work a full-time shift today, man. How shit popping over there, man?
Man, it's going well, man. Like you said, we just got back in the country yesterday. Wasn't able to do the episode as scheduled, but we got to keep this thing going, man. So yeah, happy to be back.
Gotta feed the people
with you. Gotta feed the people, man. You know, gotta give them their multitude. But yeah, man, I had a great time. Got a little darker, which is always a good thing. Married 2 of my good friends. So yeah, well, I didn't marry them. This isn't a threesome. I officiated their wedding. That's what I married them means. Got ordained back in 2016. Ordained a wedding.
Speaking of lexicon, a 3-person relationship, that's called polyamorous. Not a threesome. My nigga not polyamorous. He just a skilled orator, as you'll learn as you digest. Give me some headlines throughout its existence, I guess. The thing about this is us bringing something into existence is crazy. That might be why I felt kind of uncomfortable with that word, but that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, though.
Yeah.
Straight up, G. But yeah, so he was blessed with the opportunity of officiating the wedding, you know what I'm saying? Real zebra out this motherfucker. But that just a little glimpse into what brought us to here today. But on this week's flight deck, man, I done went through at least 3 different topics of what to talk to you about, man. And I'm
share all
have
3
you
topics
pick.
or just the one you chose?
I ain't gonna share but one, and I'm not gonna choose.
Okay.
I've assigned each one a digit, and I'm gonna let you pick it.
Okay. You know which one I'm picking off top.
Hold up, let me jumble them again.
The number's easy, so you might want to whichever one you
You know what I'm gonna do? I got three guys in this pack.
Okay.
Okay, I know how to distinguish. So I'm gonna let you choose the number, and then I'm gonna grab 3 times, and the one that I grab third. Whatever number you choose, I'll pick up that many, and whichever one I end up with, what are we doing? He gonna choose 3 people, so we gonna go move on, and I'm gonna do the third time, and we gonna keep it simple.
This one for the third.
Last but not least, man, the third topic was definitely LeBron complaints, man. And y'all about to get this from a perspective I don't think y'all ever really get it. LeBron complaints from a motherfucking LeBron super fan.
I'm with it. Let's go.
Let's go, man. Complaint number 1. Little baby Jesus, LeBron James, the rebirth of basketball, LBJ, whatever you want to call this nigga, man. I don't think he has the very simple perspective of understanding your fans, the people who love you, love watching you play basketball. In the biggest moments, to have to watch you not do basketball shit and fucking infuriate me. If I have to watch you not take 35 shots in another elimination game, I'm gonna fist fight your ass when I see you. I'm 18 years in and I am fucking sick of watching this nigga try to get other people involved when they done got their ass whooped 3 games of trying to get other people involved. The same way he looked at Kuzma when he fucked up that alley-oop was the way I looked at him when he didn't take 10 shots in the first fucking quarter. I looked at him the rest of the game like, yeah, bitch, you might as well go sit your fuck ass down, because if you're going to play 11 minutes and take 5 shots, fuck you, man. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, I watch you because I like watching you shoot the basketball. I watch you because I like how you actually, and I don't know if this because you so selective with the shots or not, you know what I'm saying? Catch 22, you lose or you lose. Bitch, you got a 50% chance of hitting that shot if you take that motherfucker. But I got to watch Kuzma take the shots in the goddamn crunch. Like, if only that nigga had the conscience that Eddie House did. If niggas think I be riding for LeBron now, if he had Eddie House motherfucking instincts with his ability, oh man, get the fuck out of here, bro. You couldn't tell me shit about Bron. As a nigga who loved Kobe and watched damn near every dribble of playoff basketball that man played, rest in peace to the Mamba. I just gotta thank him for never fucking disappointing me as an entertainer. I argue with any nigga about LeBron being the GOAT because I am evaluating what I'm seeing with my eyes. But if you want to talk about entertainer, not GOAT at basketball, entertainer. That's why when niggas start talking about MJ on another level, old motherfuckers, I'll shut up and listen because they actually got to be entertained by that nigga. But these niggas who wasn't born when he was actually winning, y'all opinion mean nothing. Because if you evaluate the play, it ain't no fucking discussion.
Yeah.
The things you would use to invalidate LeBron as the GOAT, you should be saying Kareem is the GOAT, not MJ. Point blank, period. If you want to talk about more MVPs, better scoring prowess, more dominance, the era he played in, any of that shit, you gonna go Kareem instead of MJ. But if you're just gonna compare B-ball players, you gonna go LeBron James. But as a super fan, bro, to get back to the criticisms, yo, bro, if I was a referee and I had to watch your punk ass take 3 shots in the first half, I wouldn't call the foul when Jay Crowder clobbered your ass neither. Because I wish I could have fouled your ass. You know what I'm saying? Your big stupid ass taking all these fucking jump shots. Like, bruh.
Yeah.
It would be like watching Joe Frazier try to jab Mayweather. Bitch, if you don't throw a goddamn hook, talk to me, bro. I know you guys. You're a huge fan of the NBA, man.
Yeah.
Give me some LeBron criticisms, man. With his ass sitting home after the first round for the first time in 18 years. I'm gonna slander your punk ass, man. I've been riding for you forever. My Instagram messages, Twitter comments, all this shit is supported. So you finna catch this slander, nigga.
Yeah, man. I'll give you some perspective of somebody who is also a LeBron James super fan like yourself. Like,
can I yell one more thing?
Go ahead.
Hey, man, don't wait till you retire to release some retros, nigga. I've been waiting on them LeBron 3s for a minute, cuz. My first pair of J's, my big brother gave me, and they were a pair of J's that somebody had gave him type shit. You know what I'm saying? Straight hand me down. Build a love of this sneaker culture shit. But they were fresh as fuck, cause nigga take care of their shoes. But first pair of LeBrons was some LeBron 3s that Donna gave me. When I say I love them motherfucker, and he could be a little bitch about it. I don't care if he charge Jordan prices. Whatever they call. When they drop them LeBron 3s, they gonna be on these feet. Bro, I'm gonna have 10 pair, and I'm gonna not bust them hoes. Like, I'm gonna have a pair per year type shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna have a decade of the LeBron 3s when them hoes come out. So stop playing and start releasing these motherfucking retros. Everybody else would have been retired by now. I'm glad I get to still see you hoop. But if I got another complaint, bitch nigga, release a retro. I know you trying to sell these new ones and there's conflict there, but nigga, be the first nigga who can advertise and promote his retros while he's still playing. Think of this shit different. Good God.
Yeah.
Is that crazy? That made sense, right?
Nah, it made sense because I saw a tweet earlier today. The homie LeJethro Jenkins, shout out to the Jenkins and Jones show. He was saying, because they released the 19
motion.
He released Braun released the Space Jam 19s. And
now that what the hell was the Soldier X's? Them was 17s?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I stopped. This is why I brought up his tweet is he said that Nike got to do better once he saw like the designs. He's like, they've been ass. He said he ain't bought none since the 8s, and Nike ain't put out no good bronze since the 11s. And so that's a long fucking time.
It's also a nigga who didn't buy 3 of the good pairs, telling them how to market that shit to people who gonna actually buy them. But
yeah, but I don't have any pair of the bronze. I don't have no pair of the Jordans either.
You see what I'm saying, though, right?
Oh yeah,
he was 3 years removed from being a part of their target market because he wasn't buying them regardless, whether he thought they was decent or not.
Yeah,
I hate to criticize it, but I agree. Because I feel like the point is, if they started releasing the retros, it may create new excitement for these dookie ones.
Yeah, that was the point I was getting to. So I was about to help you with your criticism by saying, release the retros.
I relieve that.
Out here who won't do. I'm trying to help you with your argument. You like, nah.
Fuck that nigga. Don't release the retro. I was like, oh no, he on my side. But nah, shouts out to Jenkins and Jones. I argue with you about the retro, nigga. I had that nigga P on the podcast. He on your side. I'm a clown, you know. But that makes too much sense.
But I was talking about my cousin who's a huge LeBron fan, and Bron would never lose a game. And my cousin he's the polar opposite of silly. Like I text my cousin. I don't even tweet him. I'm like, bro, stop giving silly airtime, man. And you need to X that nigga name up out of this podcast also, because I don't want to get that guy no airtime, because he literally don't nobody know who he is for the past 18 years if there is no LeBron James. If he can't be the LeBron James, like known as the LeBron James hater.
He built this writing career riding the nutsack of dynasties, Bulls, Cowboys, 49ers,
Spurs,
and he built this TV career hating LeBron, period. But the thing about it, man, part of why they call him the GOAT of the debate television, if you look at everybody else, they follow his blueprint. Everybody else.
Yeah. Colin Cowherd.
Max Kellerman had to magically become a super Cowboys fan so that Stephen A could stay the Cowboys hater as a character. Max Kellerman from New York. You don't give a fuck about the Cowboys, you know what I'm saying? But like, if you watch the format of the show, everybody who watched First Take needs to see Cowboys, and they need to have a foil. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, they still loyal to that show. Yeah,
he to go at debate television, not at debate or talking sports.
Right.
Or perspective on said sports or predicting outcome of said sport. He not to go at nothing other than the totality of it. That nigga a restaurant owner, he can't cook worth of shit. Yeah, I X his name out and everybody will know exactly who the fuck we talking about.
Right. That's fine. As long as he don't get that airtime, I'm fine with that. But yeah, my cousin, man, always talks about LeBron and how, because he actually watched basketball. He spent a great deal of time watching basketball, and he hated that so many people comment on basketball based on watching these shows for 3 hours of their day and parroting the arguments of cats who don't really know what the hell they talking about. That
bitch LeBron fault. Had the nerve to move to the Pacific time zone. That shit hurt my heart. Yeah. They ain't watching the games. They watching the recaps on the shows.
Because he ain't in Cleveland no more, or Miami, where the games are happening, with everybody else, right? But yeah, my kinfolk don't believe Bron ever gonna lose a game, man. And if he do lose a game, he's like, man, like last year, they went through the playoffs losing the first game of every series, and then gentlemen sweeping every team. I think every series last year
5-5-5-6. Yeah,
6 was the finals.
The Jimmy Butler game, they snuck him an extra.
Yeah.
Jimmy snuck him an extra one with a valiant performance.
Shout out to my nigga Crowder, man, for helping teams win, bruh. That man don't get enough credit. Boss man 99.
It's your mic, so I ain't even gonna hate on him like I want to. But yeah, whenever Bron lose, your cuz be OD.
He don't even be OD, man. Like everybody else overreacting. He like, man, y'all chill out, man. It's Bron, bro. He just playing Snake. He trying to see what these niggas doing, bro. He finna win that thing, man. He gonna come back like Bron ain't finna lose that game 6. He went hard before that game 6, bro. He went hard, and he was like, and usually he would go in and go ham following that game, but he was like, man, I ain't finna let this shit stress me out. I'm going to sleep. But he was frustrated, man, because Bron didn't take them shots. He don't take the shots he usually do. Like Bron don't lose elimination games, and so. He hasn't in quite some time, like since the Maverick series. Like Bron don't really lose elimination games, and so that
But you could see Bron being fed up. It was almost like for the first time ever, I saw this basketball shit look like a job to him.
Yeah.
Every single time AD fell down this year, he just went, yeah, damn it.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at LeBron, like, people don't understand the impact of this motherfucker. People don't truly understand his impact as a player, as a person, as a leader, and his character of how he approached this shit.
Yeah.
Because he was superstar at such a young age, he insulated himself with his team. Because he is an only child with a mother who struggled with different issues and being present, the basketball team became his fucking family. They were his consistency, day in, day out. Putting in the work, getting better, seeing that progress fueled him. It's why he need to feel like y'all friends, why it's a family being built, why he wanted to be big brother to Kyrie. Because of how he saw the niggas who were the OGs when he was young. Because he was LeBron. And that's how he saw the older niggas. So why would anybody ever not be welcoming to him being big brother? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so when you look at how he approached it, like, there was so much flat out fucking love fueling every part of his motion. Like, the smallest microcosm of it I can describe to you is KD did some crazy shit last night. Like, tarantula type shit. Like, how was he everywhere he was? Slapped the nigga shot, fell down, and then got back up. If you ever watch any game that involves LeBron James, if a player fall, even if it was an aggressive hard hit from the other team, they lay on the ground. Because every team he's ever been on, he show his ass if somebody don't help up their motherfucking teammate. Watch a basketball game this weekend. Watch the rest of the motherfucking playoffs. And watch how infrequent that shit is. And then watch game 1 of the motherfucking Lakers season next year. You will not see a player land on the motherfucking ground and somebody not rush to help them up. You'll see niggas run off of the bench to do it if they was down on a fast break and niggas ain't made it yet. You'll see somebody run off of the bench to help the nigga up who got fouled. They will not get up. The little viral clip of Luka laying there making that little smirk at the camera. Go back and watch the actual play. Luka was laying on the ground for about 35 fucking seconds. When he initially fell, it hurt, and he was making a type of face. And then for a quick second, he smirked at the camera because he realized how close he was to it. And then people came and helped him up. But said all that to say, for AD in value to be D-Wade and that nigga fall down and his natural response be genuinely, instead of to help him up, for the first time ever, bro, this shit, I was like, bro, this shit seemed like work. He didn't show up to a place that is his peace, that was his joy.
Yeah.
He had a job to do, and when niggas weren't doing their job, it just pissed him fucking. Like, I felt like he drove home like niggas who work in the office drove home from work a lot this year. Like, god damn, I did not think at goddamn 38 I'd still be dealing with this showing up to the stadium and not knowing if my motherfucking co-star playing shit. I left Miami 8 years ago trying to avoid this bullshit. And I love D-Wade. I'm trying to love this nigga AD. I swear I'm going to give him everything he willing to take from me. But he got to come ready. I can't get him ready.
Yeah.
Like, he probably going home frustrated as fuck. D-Wade was already everything he was supposed to be. And he went there to learn how to maximize what he was supposed to be. Bring out the dog that he hadn't let off the leash. AD is supposed to be getting fucking jet lead out here. He came out here to become the one. I just mixed two movies, Unleashed and the one, but shouts out to Jet Li, cause he whooped a lot of ass.
He did.
And I'd love to spend the next decade watching AD whoop a whole lot of ass. Figure out how to become untethered, unchained, unleashed, and morph into the one.
Yeah. And I think that what Bron is looking for from AD was when Bron took that first year he was out there in Miami, they lost in the finals.
Man.
AD's first year in LA, they was in the bubble and they won in the finals. So he really thought AD was going to take that leap this second year. It's like, oh shit, we got the finals in that first year. He going to take a huge leap this year, and a lot of that burden is going to be lifted off of me. That nigga Bron didn't see himself carrying this damn team through the playoffs. That was supposed to be AD's job. Bron was going to get this 27-7-7. I need you to take that leap and be that 32, 35 point a game, 12 to 15 points a game, 6 to 7 assists a game. Like, I need you to take that leap and be that guy.
This year was supposed to be one big ass assist.
Yeah.
That's what this year was supposed to be. He came, I got that monkey off your back. You a motherfucking champion. Now act like it.
Right.
And just in case you thought you came out here to play with old Space Jam, I'm done, Brian got me one in LA. Now they can't be mad at me. I'm a Laker great. Nah. Up until the injury, up until a contact injury where a grown-ass basketball-sized man fell into his leg while hooping, he was the MVP front runner.
Yeah.
I ain't come here to goddamn retire. I ain't come here to goddamn, no disrespect, love to the three. Wade County all motherfucking day. You know what I'm saying? Them years LBJ spent down there with Wade made me really fall in love with his game on another level. He didn't come out here to de-Wade your ass. LeBron literally did not miss a motherfucking game after saying, if y'all start the season early, I might see y'all ass in the middle of January. He didn't miss a fucking game and played at an MVP level. He said, AD, I'm not going to cheat you. You're not going to show up to the motherfucking building and I not be ready to lace these motherfuckers up. This whole year was supposed to be an assist. It was LeBron driving to the paint and then going, take this shit. And AD was supposed to be ready to boom that shit. And he laid down on him the whole fucking year. Whether it be through actual just circumstance and the short rest and shit, but like this year was supposed to be one big ass assist. And next year, AD is unquestionably the best player in the fucking league. That's what this year was supposed to be, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I believe from everything I saw. This year was supposed to be one big ass assist. And that's why we start off this week's Gimme Some Headlines bitching about LeBron not going zero dart, whatever the fuck he want to nickname it once AD get hurt in the playoffs. I need that goddamn when K-Love and Kyrie got hurt energy. But I think because the mountain, I think from a perspective, because he looked at this shit as work this year as opposed to it just being love, think about it like climbing a mountain. If you just love rock climbing, you just climbing, and when you reach the peak, you like, damn, we up. If it's your motherfucking job to climb that mountain, and your best harness man tapped the fuck out, and now you got Kuzma working the lines, and you got to trust this nigga to be your support, and you at the foot of the motherfucking mountain, and you get to go home with the same goddamn paycheck if this nigga right here make it further up the mountain than you for nightfall. You not beating that nigga to that cliff, even if you could kill his ass. Like, shit, I could not sleep, and I could be there. I could be there before sunrise. Fuck nightfall. I could be past where he could reach by sunrise. But then I'd have to climb the rest of this motherfucking mountain. And if I get almost to the top and the nigga over here beat me, it's going to be worse than if I just go home now. Why drag this to the finals if it's going to be worse if I lose in the finals?
Right.
He looked at that shit like work this year, bro. That's what it seemed. As a fan, it felt like I saw LeBron on the job for the first fucking time. And I'm mad. That's the conclusion of my LeBron complaints, but I don't want to watch that nigga work. I want to watch that nigga hoop. And when all else failed, a nigga who hooping will go out there and score the last 25 to beat the Pistons in OT in the fourth quarter. You see what I'm saying? A nigga who at work is out there making business decisions. In game 5, bruh, when they really started to rally, every time the ball touched that man's hand, that shit was hitting the bottom of the net. The record is like 8 threes in the game, and they all on Marcus Morris nuts for tying that shit. LeBron had 6 threes going into the end of the third quarter in game 5. He catch that bitch 5 feet from the nearest defender and let that bitch go. Moving screen on Andre Drummond. The way that nigga dropped his shoulders, I knew right then and there we was losing game 6. Because that nigga didn't shoot another 3 the rest of the game. He 2 from the record. That would have been number 7. He didn't shoot it. Like, bruh. He was like, man, god damn. And the 3 that got canceled would have cut it from 14 to 11. The nigga literally on the next play put his hand up to take a rest. And by the time he checked back in, they was down by 20 again. And he only sat out for 2 fucking possessions. He was at work, bro. He was at work.
But that's like...
And I don't want to see this I don't want to see this revenge LeBron shit he talking about on TikTok, Twitter, whatever the fuck he on. You tried that shit in Miami. Revenge LeBron overexert himself to the point to where he get cramps and tap the fuck out too. I don't want passive LeBron. I don't want revenge LeBron. I want stars in his eyes. Handshake with every nigga with Juwan Howard, who was coaching 3 years before he took off the jersey. God, a nigga never stepped on the floor. I need handshake with every person on the team, LeBron. If you could smile at Boobie Gibson like that, I need Kuzma to be able to fuck up for 3 quarters and he still get that love so that he make that play in the 4th. That nigga was invaluable to the championship run. And he made all them dog-ass plays they on Blake Griffin nuts for making right now. Yeah. He just wasn't celebrated at fucking all. Because they don't look at it when it's a young nigga like Kuzma in a motherfucking contract year who have to be okay with taking another step back and being the 4th guy on the team because you want to bring in Rondo and make him more important and then bring him off the bench. You keep him out of B.I., Lonzo, and all them. And then he have to watch everybody else increase their value and progress their career forward while he sacrificed to win as a fucking 22-year-old. But we're going to celebrate Blake Griffin doing it with $300 million in the motherfucking bank before taxes. You know what I'm saying? As far as career payout. Like, fuck all that shit. Kuzma deserved that. Bruh, get it on the next play. He deserved that same shit you gave Boobie Gibson and Larry Hughes, nigga. Because he a better fucking asset. And he got a stupid fucking amount of potential. And I'm sick of niggas acting like this shit ain't a numbers game. Like if that nigga took the number of shots Donovan Mitchell get, he wouldn't average over 20 a game. Look at the nigga percentage. The shit not that complicated. If that nigga got 11 threes a game, even if he only hit 4, with the rest of his game, he averaging 24, 25, bro. Sick of the bullshit, man. Yeah. Next year, fuck that revenge season shit. You did that in 17 or whatever the fuck you was on, and then you didn't make the playoffs. Get back to loving this shit. I hope this shit touches earlobes. Because these complaints coming from a super motherfucking fan. By definition of the word, fanatic. Get off that fuck shit, man. And if all else fail, start chucking that motherfucker. We ain't got that many more years of watching you hoop. If you need me to, have one of your people contact my people at Gimme Some Questions at gmail.com, and I email you the numbers of exactly how many shots you'd have to fucking miss to fuck up your career percentages. Because if you truly understood how good you've been, you'd finally give us a fucking scoring champion season, bro. You really want to prove something, write a love letter to the fans. Fuck getting revenge on the doubters. Give us a scoring champ season. Give us a 25 attempts a game season. Yeah, because you really want to do something, nigga. Understand that, yeah, you're working for championships, blah, blah, blah. Y'all do this shit for entertainment. If we were not entertained by it, we would not spend money with you just because you beat other people at what you were doing. Ask the niggas who play chess in tournaments. Being good at this shit mean nothing if it's not entertaining. Chuck up some motherfucking shots, man. Just once, man. Before you old and it's gonna look terrible when you do it.
Nigga, I come watch you play pickup at a fucking LA Fitness, man.
I swear I would, bro. I would.
Like, it don't fucking matter which, and that's the thing about this shit. Like I was talking to the lady about professional sports and shit, not to cut you off. But we talk about sports as an entertainment business, which it is. Like that's the context of which this shit is. Like it creates like the value created with this shit. It's not championships. That's what the owners and shit created. We have to have an objective to this shit, and we'll create the narrative around, and we'll have sports writers write all this shit. We'll have talking heads talk about winning championships, and if you don't have championships, you're not a great. It doesn't matter. Jerry Jones is not a billionaire because they won championships. Them niggas got a few of them motherfuckers. And we talk about the Cowboys like they're down. Like, man, fuck all that. They're entertaining. They have an owner who get his dick sucked in alleys by 20-year-old girls, like, and do cocaine. Like they have.
And let's be a little more transparent about it. Texas got one of the largest fucking populations in the country, and they the coolest team in that state. Right. Same thing with the Knicks. It's why they could suck like a motherfucker, still be worth billions.
Yeah.
The highest, and same thing with the Lakers. It's because it's a bunch of fucking people in that area. It's really that simple. If you want to know why niggas is talking Cowboys on every show when they suck, it's because it ain't that many people watching TV in your state. If everybody in Dallas checked that out, it's more than if everybody in your motherfucking state watched it.
In your whole state.
In your whole fucking state.
The city
50% of America, 50% of America population live in 5 states. Over 50% of the people in these 50 states live in 5 of them. Georgia, Texas, Florida, California, New York. And if you're not in one of them states, I'm sorry, but there's not one media market, television network, or anything like that that care more about your opinion than anybody in any of them areas. Because it will be reflective of other people in those areas. And I don't care what you confuse yourself or convince yourself of, if you ain't Nelly from 2000 to 2005, and you not from Georgia, Florida, New York, Texas, or California, you have very little impact on creating a culture that represents America as a whole any fucking way. That's why the Cowboys big shit. Because Texas is bigger than most European fucking countries in population and in land size per capita. Feel free to Google this shit. This shit bigger than England. It's bigger than France. It's bigger than Spain. Texas is bigger than Germany. Texas is bigger than goddamn Portugal by us. You can fit a bunch of Portugals in Texas, nigga. But when they talk about America's so myopic and they so small-minded and da-da-da-da. Bitch, if you know Georgia culture and you know Florida culture and you know Texas culture, from a per capita difference in people and personalities and uniqueness standpoint, oh, we rival in Europe. They just don't want you to actually look at that bitch. And a lot of y'all don't understand social studies anyway. A lot of y'all niggas couldn't even name all the states that border the one you're in. And I ain't even trying to flex on that, but I'm saying very simply, Texas bigger than y'all. So when they talk about seceding from the Union and being their own country and fuck everybody else in America and we not finna acquiesce to what y'all be on, we gonna do whatever the fuck we want to, it's because they got the biggest dick in the room. That's that big dick energy. That's BDE. That's if we were by ourselves, we could create a GDP that would make us sustainable and be just fucking fine. Y'all would miss us. We wouldn't miss y'all. That's why Texas talk like they do. And Jerry Jones take that BDE and he put that shit into the Cowboys. That's why no L feel like an L.
Exactly, bro. Like it's what straight they don't do in this city that I'm in Houston, Texas. And Jerry Jones like, fuck that. Y'all gonna come.
And I'm from Decatur, Georgia, from anybody who curious. Not Texas. I'm from Decatur, Georgia. I just love them. Love me some Texas. Hey, y'all. That for the ladies. Obviously, that one for dudes. For the niggas, what it do, though. But for the ladies, hey.
Yeah.
Bro, you put some skin in the game, though.
I do have some skin. I've been out here damn 10 years.
8. You got about 8 in that guy.
Yeah, I've been
2010 to 2014 at least. 2014 and a half. 2016.
2000, yeah.
So you at 9 and some change, bro. Once you hit a decade, nigga, you ain't spent but 18 in Florida. I mean, in Bama, nigga.
I spent 17 in Bama. 17 in Bama, 4 in Tennessee, 2 in North Carolina, 3.5 in Georgia.
Don't nobody question this nigga third coast credentials. Bitch, we is the Bay, nigga. We the Gulf, nigga.
We done been
from the Bay to the Bay. From the A to the Bay, and we ain't talking about LA. Skirt. Shouts out to 40 Water.
Yeah, we done covered the whole third down there. I done spent some time in your state, motherfucker.
Yeah.
On this third coast, I done spent some time in your state.
And I done got money with you and paid my taxes. I just ain't stayed there. Alabama, Florida, South Kakalaki, Texas. I was out there in Bastrop, Austin, Tallahassee. Skirt. Shouts out, rest in peace to Jorge Mas, man. I worked with Mas Tech for a little while, man. I done all kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Mas Tech.
Jorge Mas. South Florida sports. He be on a lot of bullshit. He on one of the FC teams, football club teams out there, and he talk a lot of crazy shit and has been trying to get a lot of shit done for a while. Made a bid on the Marlins and all that kind of shit, but couldn't prove the capital. Look, he be around. He a character.
Okay,
but working for his company was dope. Them niggas pay extremely well. They pay weekly. And that should be the type of checks you get from other companies for the month. Like, shouts out to Texas. When I say I ain't had a bad time in Texas, y'all ain't gonna hear me slander that motherfucker. Shouts out to Jorge Mas as well, because y'all pay extremely well at Mas Tech. Free promo. Well, paid promo, because y'all hit me with a bag.
Shout out to TCE also. That's who put us in Pittsburgh.
Hey, shouts out to them too, though. Hey. But no, though, man, I sat down with one of them nigga, man, and the nigga said, bro, I ain't gonna tell you no lies. I'm gonna just let you talk to the manager, cause we been watching you. And I was like, oh, okay, I know what it did mean. We had certain quotas we needed to hit. And they said, hey, man, we don't care how long it take you. We just need y'all to get this done by the end of the week. I said,
okay, then.
That's a bet. I sent one nigga to this region. And I said, I'll take these 4. I finished my shit on Monday. Them niggas came back with their shit and they was like, bro, how much you got left to do? I was already drunk because I was back at the hotel and they had a keg at the hotel every day. When I say they put us up right. Every day the keg got tapped at like 4:30 and we got off at 5. But I was already drunk. I like, nigga, I ain't got none left. Like, how many you got left? You're like, man, you bullshit. You ain't no way here you did all them traps. Like, the simplest way I can explain what was happening was we were converting apartment complexes, communities, neighborhoods and shit from analog or old cable to what you now know as the digital era of cable. And we were also working projects, guiding where we did all of the drilling, laying the conduit, which is the big piping that runs in the ground that all your fiber optics and your cable is going to. And we were doing about 3 city blocks of UT's campus in Austin. And then we went to Dallas to do the conversion for different places to get ready for all the conduit to be ran and da-da-da-da. Because long story short, these traps were on a lot of the boxes in these neighborhoods and communities. And the trap is how you shut people's cable off. So when you got cable service, all they actually did was come out there and take something off that sent a signal that was always running. But when they switched from analog to digital, what it did was bypass the trap. So if a trap was on the breaker, it sent cable to whatever house it had. No one knew about this shit, and I'm not giving y'all any game y'all could go use now because they done updated all this shit. But like, if you had a cable box, you got all of the fucking channels. So they were paying us hourly, and they knew they had a project they needed done. So we were only supposed to be up there a week, and they had paid the company Moztec as a subcontractor to send us up there to knock this out type shit. You feel what I'm saying? This was a Google Fiber contract that we were working at Austin, and it was a Time Warner Cable contract in Dallas. I know I'm throwing a lot of shit at you, but stay with me. It was a lot of shit going on, but we go where the money is. Period. But so straight the fuck up. So long story short, it was roughly a couple thousand of these things. When the area I took, I went and knocked out like 600 of them and split up 400 between them 3. And they came back with about 200 left to do. I was like, nigga, how the fuck did you do 600 in a day? And I was like, I can't even really explain it to you. I just show you how the shit work. Now, if you go through a neighborhood, like the hardest part is locating the shit. And then once you locate it, just knock them holes out. And there's different tools that do everything. I'd walk the whole strip and open every box and then put that tool to fuck up. And then I'd walk back and take off every trap, count them bitches up, and then sit them down so I know how many I had. And then I'd go through and then mark the ones that I took off. You see what I'm saying? And the shit was, because if it says, like, the job was to take off every trap. So you just, once you know what you're looking for, you just take the shit off. You don't have to look through your list and be like, okay, 704, 708, 709. You just take off every fucking trap, look at your list, mark all of them as removed. These niggas was going through, looking at the list and going, okay, let me get this one. I was like, y'all fucking up. Do y'all know? You got to work smarter, not harder. The objective is to take every trap off. And it was like, but shit, they only paying per trap. And I was like, nigga, they paying our company per trap. We already got paid. So the amount of time we spend is how this shit is set up. And I'm talking to these niggas and I'm good and drunk. So I'm yelling. We in the hot tub. Like I'm fucking You know what I'm saying? It's some cartoon shit. We just hood and fuck. We out here having this conversation. You know what I'm saying? The manager come walking up and asks us to have another meeting. Cause we have a meeting and then we go do what we do. He asked us to have another meeting because going into Tuesday, I finished up with them niggas. I said, we all just gonna go together. And they're like, nah, man, we'll split up and finish it up. I said, we gonna finish it up. When I got there, them niggas started putting their stuff on. I said, nah, we taking one fucking tool belt. I handed one nigga the box key. I handed one nigga a trout, and then another nigga a trout, another nigga a trout, and then I had all of the close up stuff. And I was like, bro, just go open all the boxes. And I showed them where they was. Like, I located it on the first building. I said, it'll be here on every fucking building. Don't walk around looking for shit. Just go to this side of the building, every fucking building, take it off and just keep going. And we left, and I ain't see that nigga till he got back to the front of the complex. And then the niggas went right behind him, taking the traps off, and I came behind and I just started closing. So once I started, I was working the whole time, and all I was doing was closing them up and then knocking out all of the notes. You feel what I'm saying? So we knocked all them hoes out. The manager pull up to check and see why we all together, because they knew we split up the first day. Nigga, when he pull up, we sitting there eating sandwiches and smoking cigarettes and blacks and shit. He said, oh man, y'all just got this thing figured out, huh? Yeah, well, I'm gonna definitely need this shit finished by Friday and I just started popping off at the mouth, and then he dipped. He don't even ask us where we are. We finished at that point, bruh. Eating and chilling before lunch, and then he dipped. So we go back to the fucking hotel. This nigga is driving around to the apartment complexes trying to find us, and then he called us to see where we at, and we sitting at the hotel waiting on him to drop the keg.
Done. He thinking y'all, since y'all sitting there chilling, I'm gonna need it done. Y'all sitting there chilling.
Exactly, bro. We dead ass in there looking at the blueprints for the next block we gotta do back in Austin. We getting ready to go back to Austin, looking at the blueprints and shit. And them niggas call, and then they call us and they come back to meet with us. And they send everybody else out. And then it's me, this nigga named John, and this nigga named Terrence that were like, John and Terrence were so dedicated. We get off work, they'd be in the office for another 4 hours, learning the minutia of how this shit worked. And then they'd come teach us shit. We'd be out in the hot tub. They'd come out with blueprints and be like, nigga, this is how you read where the gas pipe at. The whole reason we out here is because the team that was here before got fired because they had a gas pipe and some shit blew up. You know what I'm saying? But we sitting in there, and then they just started negotiating with us, bruh. And we go from being paid per hour to being paid per trap. Because they knew we wasn't finna do another motherfucking trap. But they went to check the work behind us when they couldn't find us, and we told them we was done. They went and checked, and they seen there wasn't no traps on any of the fucking properties. That took them another 2-3 hours to get to us. I know they went and checked them properties. You feel me?
Yeah.
They came and started paying us per trap. We was only supposed to be there for a week. They tried to get us to stay there for like 2 months, bro. We stayed for 1 more week and made 4 times what we were supposed to make in that contract. And then we got the fuck on, bro. We stayed 1 more week and did 4 times what they thought they were going to pay us. Nigga, they started paying us per trap. And then they had us going through neighborhoods that other people did that was fucked up. And niggas had like half-ass shit, you know what I'm saying? So they'd have took off like 5 of them, but it was 10 traps in the box. You get paid for every fucking trap on the list. We were getting paid per trap. So you go through a box, it'll take you 10 minutes to do a box, and it was supposed to have 10 in it. You only had to do 5. You walking away with $100. Yeah. They were dead air making $5.80, $6.40 an hour and shit, bro. Yeah. Nigga. If niggas only knew you could do legal shit and make that type of money, trapping would have never been about selling drugs.
It'd have been about these boxes.
You already know niggas been working for the cable company. Here you talking about at Bell South with the pack. Fuck you talking about.
They'd have been getting them both off, getting that work off. It ain't gonna take me long to do these traps over here. So I can go trap in these apartment buildings I gotta walk around.
Bruh, and that shit felt like them old outreach trips where we went to Miami and we volunteered for like 8 to 10 hours, and then when we got off, we was in Miami for spring break. Like, nigga, we get off work at 4 o'clock in the afternoon because we'd get up at 6 and then go out to eat and shit, and then be on the job site the moment the sun peak up, and we'd be like, boom, hit it. You feel me? Because they gave us the information and then didn't come micromanage. Once you start paying us for production, it wasn't nothing else to talk about. It wasn't enough traps in the city. We told them we would be there for another week because we was trying to go back to Bastrop. Because it was a good ad contract. The job was easy as fuck. And we were learning how to do it so that we could get all of the contracts when they started putting the infrastructure together. Because this is before Google Fiber was available. So this was like we were trying to be the subcontractor for Maz Tech in Atlanta. So we were learning the ins and outs of all of that shit. And we didn't want to miss that training being in Dallas, chasing these traps. You feel what I'm saying? We were looking at the bigger picture. Like the whole reason we was out there because one of our OGs had orchestrated some shit with a nigga who had got a subcontract from Maz Tech. And I ain't gonna say the name of his company. You don't get no free promo. He was alright, dude, but it was a Sam McCree situation where I wasn't gonna get paid what I was worth unless I was able to negotiate it. And he knew I was gonna negotiate it. So he just made it very difficult to get a hold of him to have the conversations. I worked in conjunction with this cat for a couple of months, and we had to have raised conversations about 4 times. And I'm sure he never experienced somebody like that, but I know how much money I'm generating from the work I'm doing. You understand what I'm saying? So in certain settings, like the simplest way I could explain it, when we initially got out there, they tried to pay everybody on the team $8 an hour. Before I allowed myself, or like before we clocked in, it was agreed upon to be 18. And some niggas' job for the full 8 hours was to hold a stop sign. Y'all seen them niggas in the street directing traffic? Like, we went to a class where we had to take like an 8-hour class to learn how to be what is called a flagger. That day we made like $650 sitting in that room. Like, I was like, you dumb as fuck if you I said, nigga, we will drive back to Georgia today.
If I make $650,
we made them niggas
flagger, and I can't stand out here, and I'm gonna stand out here and make less money doing the actual job.
Did the work part, bro. Then when I say we had to have this conversation 3 times, we had to raise conversation 2 times in the first week. Because when we sat in that training class, I found out the average flagger in Texas get paid $24 an hour. So guess what the fuck the flagger started getting paid? $24 a goddamn. I was like, bro, you dumb as fuck if you don't. Hey, man. I remember I educated y'all a couple of episodes ago that we were going to Stephen Levitan. They got shouts out to Modern Family, man. They trying to destroy that guy, man. Black actors. But this right here, this is a P joint, man. A spike P joint, man. So I'm going to toss this over to my guy P, man, and he going to do what we like to call maestro and start to make a little bit of beautiful conversational music. Talk to the people, P.
No doubt, man. We what we will do is we're gonna kind of stay on topic because my dog segued without knowing that he was segueing into a chop session about he told you how he helped these young men to become more efficient, He coached them up, taught them what the job looked like. He taught them how to do their job a little bit better, and how to be more proficient in what they do. And so the way I want to take this is, we both watch a lot of basketball and we watch a lot of sports, period. But basketball is a sport that we probably watch more than anything else. If I had my preference, I'd probably watch more soccer and more golf and more tennis. But Mike Krzyzewski said at the end of this next year, he's going to shut it down as a coach. The coach of my favorite college team, the North Carolina Tar Heels, Roy Williams, who has won a couple championships for us, said he about to step down. Danny Ainge in Boston recently, I don't know exactly what happened up in Boston. I don't know if he lost his job because of the inability to win championships or whatever, but Brad Stevens took over for him in Boston as the GM, and I think he's going to still be the coach, the head coach there.
He not coaching.
And then, he's not coaching, so he's GM.
He failed up, yeah. Robert Black.
Wow, that's interesting. So he's not going to have to coach a team, and he gets to manage a team, and he really doesn't have anything to show for his coaching ability. So that's perfect for the topic we're about to hop into for this chop session is white coaches, white management, and ownership. We're talking about sports, but this could go through a plethora of different industries and organizations, but them being the stewards of Black talent, or organizations, industries where, like, the NBA is 80% of the workforce is Black, and there are how many Black coaches, how many Black GMs? One Black GM that I know of, he's not even in this country. He's north of the border in Toronto. And there are how many Black owners? Jordan, is he the only Black owner? And he's not a
only Black majority. Owner. He is the majority.
He is the only Black majority owner. And so
they literally had to convince him to sell a minority stake once it crossed being an evaluation of $1.4 billion. They the ownership group of the NBA asked him to sell a minority stake to bring more people into the ownership club. That's how much control he have over his team, because he bought in when it was at $400 million and he making 1.1 from his Nike sponsorship deal. You see what I'm saying? Billion, that is. So he got the majority stake. He that nigga in Charlotte.
Okay, that's what's up then.
Can I drop a bomb real quick as you dive into this?
Yeah.
As you guys listen to us talk about this conversation, I'm sure you've heard this discussed 100 different ways. We need you to grasp, when he give you the percentages of these different leagues, the NBA is 80% melanated. Sports leagues outside of the NHL in general are melanated or melanin dominant. And this imbalance in sports hurts or is a great microcosm to address this on a larger scale, because sports itself is the best place in the world to see what a meritocracy look like, where everyone is in their role because they are the best people possible to be doing what they are doing. Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers because there ain't a soul on the goddamn planet, including Jordan Love, better at slanging that motherfucking rock than he is. And he proved that last year after they pissed him off. You have to be one of 32 to be the worst quarterback in the fucking NFL. So in a microcosm, in a world, in a universe where everybody is supposed to be there because of merit, and you look at the players, the jobs that have the most measurable standards, the jobs that have the most measurable standards to hold those roles is 80% melanated. But the stewards over that talent, he speak to them. In a meritocracy, the places where you can measure their ability the best is 80% black. But in this meritocracy-driven world, the stewards over these men, 99% white.
And we see when folks, like when these coaches get these jobs, a lot of them, it comes from networking. Like these are brother-in-law deals that they're getting. Like you see a lot of the coaches who fail and they fail miserably doing their job. And you see them get on somebody else's staff and they hide on that staff for a few years. We don't know whether they got better or worse. They just hide out. And because they were a head coach at some point or another, some other team comes and finds them and they appoint them. And it's very rarely, if ever, a melanated man. Like we have all of these, like there's only 32 head coaching jobs. And we get these same people over and over, and they keep playing hot potato in different seats. In Division 1A football, there are, I think, 150 some odd schools. But in a lot of the Power 5 conferences, we get some of the same people being recycled. What's his name? Lane Kiffin was at Tennessee. Failed at Tennessee. He was at USC at first. I think he was the OC at USC. Got the head coaching job at Tennessee. Failed miserably. Went back to USC. Got in some trouble. Went to a school. Hid out for a few years. Now he's at Ole Miss.
He was down there in Florida. He was down there in Florida.
National, something like some school like that. And they are the stewards over, like my partner said, black talent, largely black talent. And even in baseball, we see it because baseball is melanated as well. It is our brethren from south of the border a lot of times, our Dominican brothers, our Puerto Rican brothers, our Mexican brothers, Latin American brothers. Like it is largely a melanated sport, or the biggest stars that you see in it are melanated. You don't hear as much about it, and it's not a sport that's dominated as it used to be by white athletes. And that's not no problem with white athletes whatsoever. This isn't about them. This is about the stewards of the talent being people who don't look like the talent.
Take that, Christian McCaffrey.
No, that boy a dog, man. That boy a dog.
Hey, you the one got beef with him. I ain't saying shit about white athletes.
Oh no, I ain't got no beef with white athletes, man. He's a starting running back for the Carolina Panthers for a very good reason. Like he got a lot of talent. He got a lot of talent. So his coach being white, I don't mind. I'm just playing. But it pains me, and like the question that it raises for me, or one of the biggest questions is, why don't owners want black GMs, coaches, or the people in their circle as other owners to be people of melanation? And especially when the talent that is the stewards of that talent, like we need those people to mirror the talent better than what it does. Because I call it the Sam Presti effect. We have Sam Presti, who in 2007, when they were the Seattle Supersonics, drafted Kevin Durant. In the following year, he drafted In 2008, he drafted Russell Westbrook with the 3rd pick in the draft, and then with the 24th pick in the draft, he drafted Serge Ibaka. And then the very following June, 2009, he drafted James Harden. 3 of those 4 players,
They were like 13th or something.
Who were lottery picks, were MVPs. Have been MVPs in
all
in
of
the
them
NBA.
would go on to sign max contracts. They were all max contract level players.
Every last single one of them. They came out of, they all spent time in Oklahoma City. I think with the oldest player of that foursome being 24 years old, they went to a finals. They lost in that finals. That team was almost completely disbanded within the next 3 years.
What you also need to understand about that OKC team is they lost to the champion every fucking year they were together. Once all 3 were there, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, and Kevin Durant were eliminated by the 2011 Dallas Mavericks that swept the 2-time defending Kobe Bryant Lakers and then mopped the super team Miami Heat. The following year, OKC made it to the finals and lost to the super team Miami fucking Heat. The next year, the reason they didn't make the reason they didn't make the conference finals is because the team that wiped LeBron off the floor by a record margin with them threes beat them, the San Antonio Spurs. Every year the OKC Thunder were together, the motherfucking NBA champion eliminated them, regardless of the round that it was in. So it took a Dirk Nowitzki playing out of his mind with a veteran-laden team with the quality to sweep a defending champion and beat a super team to beat that young-ass first-year OKC team. The next year, nobody could fucking touch them until they got to the Heat, who were on a revenge tour. Had to get 1 to get the 2, not 3, not 4. Had to get 1, or they was going to break that shit up. That's what it took to beat them in year 2. The 3rd year, it was the Spurs team that broke up the fucking Heat. And after that run, after it taking the champion to eliminate the young Thunder, they didn't want to go $2 million into the luxury tax to keep James Harden. For people out there who watching basketball right now, who looking at Chris Paul $46 million a year contract that he finna turn down to get 100 over 2, that contract was 4 years, $80 million. A max contract at the time was $20 million a year. James Harden wasn't worth $20 million a year to Sam Presti. Y'all need to know that. Y'all need to hit them actual numbers. James, the reason the OKC Thunder Big Three was broken up, the reason why the Golden State Warriors ever get to even exist is because James Harden wasn't worth 4 years, $83 million. Get the fuck out of here, bruh. But GMs should have the power. And to speak toward that, bruh, but before you get too far from football, y'all got to understand, when we talking about having a problem within a meritocracy, 80% of the actual talent being melanated, but the stewards over that talent being all Caucasian, it pissed me off that damn near every defensive coordinator who tried it, they fuck ass through Baltimore and had Ray Lewis and Ed Reed went and got a head coaching job. I'm going to read you the defensive coaches from the 2000 Ravens staff. Defensive coordinator, Marvin Lewis. Thank God a black coach got a head coaching job off of black talent. Defensive line coach, Rex Ryan. I'm going to say that again. Defensive line coach for the 2000 Ravens. They had Ray Lewis and Ed Reeds. And linebacker coach, Jack Del Rio. Y'all hearing a lot of head coaching names, huh? Fuck out of here. Defensive assistant coach / defensive line, meaning he was Rex Ryan's assistant defensive line coach, Mike motherfucking Smith, who went on to coach the Legion of Boom, had Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman, Bobby Wagner.
Browner. Yeah, and Brandon Browner.
Went from a defensive line coach to the Legion of Boom, and then from the Legion of Boom to getting the head coaching job as the Falcons coach and having the worst defense in the league and getting fired as head coach for having the worst defensive in the league and then getting the defensive coordinator job in Dallas. We sick of niggas who getting jobs off of black talent, convincing themselves they the reason that this black talent is thriving, and it was the leadership and the stewardship over this talent that was so special, and then they go fail somewhere else, and because they was attached to the 2000 Ravens that had Ray motherfucking Lewis and Ed Reeds, they get to trot they fuck ass around the whole league claiming they the reason for the success. No, baby. It was Richard Sherman, Brandon Browner, Cam Chancellor, Bobby motherfucking Wagner, Russell Wilson, motherfucking the God, the dreaded motherfucking Marshawn Lynch, shake them up. Like, and I'm only gonna read the 2000 Ravens because I read you 4 head coaches: Marvin Lewis, Rex Ryan, Jack Del Rio, and motherfucking Mike Smith. You understand me? That is disgusting. Thank God. And people had been trying to fire Marvin Lewis for forever when the Bengals have never been shit except for the time he been there. Never won a playoff game. Look at how many times they made the playoffs as a franchise before his tenure. He spent his entire tenure with people trying to fire him. And everybody else on this list spent their tenure getting head coaches jobs all over the league after getting fired. Let's see if Marvin Lewis get another job like Rex Ryan did in his own conference. The Bills watched him fail and show his ass for 4 years and then hired him in the same fucking conference. Let's see if the Steelers give Marvin Lewis the job if they ever ship the only other black coach to still kicking up north in the AFC. Like, the shit ridiculous. You're not going to sit here and tell me that Ray Lewis was the linebacker he was because of Jack Del Rio. Y'all believe that bullshit? Who else Jack Del Rio made Ray Lewis? Where's Jack Del Rio's other Ray Lewis? Man, where they at? Where Mike Smith's secondary that didn't suck outside of the Legion of Boom? Where's Mike Smith's secondary that don't suck? This great steward over black talent. You give him 80% talent or melanated. Where, like, y'all not going to keep convincing y'all selves that you need, and I'm going to say this shit directly, a white steward over these unruly Negroes. Because this same type of logic is what created that bullshit barrier to quarterbacking. And the further we get to quarterbacking being a meritocracy, the further the league shift toward melanated quarterbacks. And I don't mean to be a dick about this, but count your top 10 quarterbacks. 50% of the top 10 melanated. What percent of the NFL is melanated starting quarterbacks? Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott,
Lamar Jackson.
The ones we mentioned that ain't got MVPs got Super Bowls. Except for Deshaun, he the only one need to get him a trophy. But I mean, he can't have a season where he throw under 4,000 yards. They started the season 0-5. He led the league in passing yards this year. After they traded away his number one receiver and didn't fucking replace him. They traded away Deontay Hopkins. He went on to lead the league in passing yards. That's Deshaun Watson. So criticize him if you want to. Half of the top 10 in the NFL is melanated quarterbacks. And of starters, they 8 of 32. 5 of the top 10 black, though. So let's see what the coaching staffs look like. If we could just get 8 head coaches, let's see what the motherfucking playoffs look like. Might look like the top 10 quarterbacks.
Might just do it.
I'm going to say shit directly. The more we do this show, the more I'm going to just say that shit directly. Yeah, but before you got away from football, I had to drop that point. I wasn't just in my phone not paying attention. I was on the stream with you, my G.
I saw you. Yeah, you
Yeah, I had to get the right year. I had to get the right year because if I could go through all the years Ray Lewis was there and tell you all the people he got jobs, and if any one of them motherfuckers take credit for Ray Lewis, they could kiss my ass. I'm sure all of them had a positive effect and had great roles and blah, blah, blah. You ain't going to tell me that they had a bigger impact on Ray Lewis' career than he had on theirs.
Right.
And we talking about melanated people being blocked for access to the career you can do for the rest of your life. We're not going to let you allow us to be 80% of the labor force that has a career window of 3 to 5 years on average. Not everybody get a 10-year, 13-year career. This 3 to 5 years on average. And people who have dedicated their whole lives to being able to digest a playbook in a couple of months if they get traded to a new team are told that they don't qualify to build their own offenses and educated the people. They've had to learn, like niggas get traded in the middle of the season, have to pick. Antonio Brown got dropped into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, learned a whole new playbook and played during the fucking season with no off season and found a way to create continuity on a team headed to a championship, a team in and of itself that didn't even get a real fucking off season. What the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did this year coming together for the first time is wildly fucking impressive. But what he himself did says so much more about his football IQ than it does even about his talent.
Yeah.
So anybody who want to point to his off the field issues and difficulties when he done to try and say he wouldn't be a good coach, y'all can kiss my ass in advance. Fuck y'all in advance. You feel what I'm saying, bro? You ain't gonna tell me AB don't know the game of goddamn football. And if you look at his progression of his talent, you ain't gonna tell me he don't know how to build that shit.
And them shit.
You have used dog whistling and coded language to create barriers to our entry to different jobs for way too fucking long. And I'm sick of living a life in 2021 where I hear about the first black person to do something. Because it is not the first black person with the ability to have done it. It is the first black person they let do it or who dealt with all the bullshit you have to go through to be the first black person to have done it there. To have dealt with all the racism, to have climbed all the obstacles, to have been willing to work twice as hard to get half as far. These are why we celebrate the first black person to do all of this shit. Because we know the shit you have to go through to get through the door to open it for the rest of us to be able to walk through. And we sick of waiting on the motherfucking coaching shit to take the motherfucking trajectory that the quarterback position have. Thank you to the Michael Vicks, who are the guys who understood that as number one overall picks, you were going to be under a white hot flame. And as a black man, they are going to try and make your life about your greatest mistake, not your greatest triumph. That as Michael Vick, you could have that fuck up and never live a moment where they don't make you address that dog fighting shit. Even in interviews to become a broadcaster, he have to address it. Show contrition, still be volunteering. But Big Ben Roethlisberger could play football through the Me Too era and them 2 rape cases never come the fuck up. I'm sick of this shit. We finna even the motherfucking playing field with how we had these goddamn conversations. You not finna mention dog fighting every time you talk about Michael Vick and Big Ben Roethlisberger get to slide through the Me Too era, and we not talk about these human beings he violated.
Right.
Fuck this bullshit. You're not finna keep trying to make a black man life about his greatest mistake. Imagine if a quarterback got caught dog fighting. You think they bring up Vic? Yeah.
Yeah.
They were like, this is just like what happened with Michael Vick. So why when Ray Rice punched that girl in the face, they didn't mention Big Ben and violence to women? When this shit started happening with Deshaun Watson, why they didn't reference Big Ben and violence to women? You see what I'm saying, bro?
Or Robert Kraft, one of the 32 owners of a team.
You feel what I'm saying, bro? They try to make a black man life about his greatest mistake. And when it comes to anybody who white, America's the land of opportunity and second chances. Okay. But keep that same motherfucking energy. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't try to use dumb shit that went on in people's playing career to prevent players from becoming coaches. Because it's another part of the hidden coded speak where they kind of build a case to create barriers for niggas to become coaches. Because when Miami was looking for a new head coach, Ed Reed was like, shit, I'll come do it. And he was kind of halfway joking, but he was dead ass serious. He's like, I ain't finna come be no D coordinator. I'll come be head coach though. And they're like, you don't have any experience. He's like, the fuck you mean I don't have no experience? I played football for 37 years. They're like, I retired when I was 37. I'm like, I promise you, I know more about football than any motherfucker they gonna put on their staff. And they ain't had no response for it.
And the crazy thing is
he knew football well enough to not run the play. To fake the play because he know what Peyton Manning would see so that he could drop to where he was supposed to be. That's how well he know the goddamn game.
He knew it so well. The people that they laud as the goats of this shit, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, had a film session where they were about to play the Baltimore Ravens, and they literally had a film session where they had the game plan for Ed Reed specifically. Bill Belichick said, we got to know where he is at all times. You got to see him. And he's like, look at this. And they showed you the film that they were watching where he baited the quarterback into doing exactly what he wanted him to do. And he's like, we can't have that happen. But but watch this shit. Because we gonna make sure that GSH is still a thing when Tom Brady decides he gonna put down the ball, throwing the ball, and pick up the headset and see how much experience he got. Because we know it's coming. Because this is what he knows how to do. And so he gonna pick up and do it for somebody. And I don't give a damn if it's a high school, what head coaching experience he got. Where he done did this at. If y'all gonna create barriers for Ed Reed, y'all gonna need to create barriers for everybody who ain't never had no experience putting on that headset before.
I call it the Obama quotient. You heard through all of that era, oh, you just voting for him because he black. Everybody understood the notion that people would support him just because he black. But then you say white privilege, and they like, what's that? You know what I'm saying? You say something about nepotism, and they go, huh? Why wouldn't you look out for family? Why y'all so fucking confused when we trying to get y'all to look in the mirror? Just fucking look at it.
Dead ass, G.
Just fucking look at it.
Y'all on the voting for the
y'all convinced y'allself a black man couldn't.
You only hired that boy because he your son.
Y'all convinced yourselves. Y'all convinced yourselves a black person couldn't be quarterback because he wasn't smart enough. Like every nigga on both sides of the ball don't have to know the fucking play. You feel what I'm saying, bro? Like, nigga, I played football. I called the fucking audibles while I played football. From the O-line, nigga. If I got down and I picked up my right foot, he knew to switch the shit to a pass. If I got down and I tapped my left leg, he knew to reverse the run from whatever side it was going on. Like when I don't know if the point is an old lineman know the goddamn whole playbook or a black person knew the whole playbook, but my quarterback was white. And the coach took the audible calls out of his fucking hands. You know, and gave the shit to the center. So you can say, why the fuck would you give it to an old lineman? He can't even see the whole field. You can say, he had to be a dumb white boy. No, the fuck he wasn't. 4.0, 1520 on his SAT. I forget what the third part was, but like, no, the fuck he wasn't. He knew that shit. He'll get down, linebacker, walk up and do like this, and he'll audible to a fucking run. I'm like, bro, if he blitz, we gonna block him. Run the goddamn play. You feel me? All he did was tell us he coming. All he did was knock on the door. He ain't getting in. You feel me? But like, said all that to say, in everywhere it's a meritocracy, you see niggas dominating. And in places where you see people being the first black to do, God bless Gabby Douglas and her inspiring the youth, man, and Simone Biles and the whole crew. For the first time ever, Dominique Dog. Hey, keep going. Jackie Joyner Kershaw, all the black Olympians, all the beautiful queens, man. Shouts out to y'all, man.
Flo Joe.
Y'all superheroes in my mind, man. Love you guys. But said all that to say, we sending the first all melanated female Olympic team for gymnastics. And I promise you, that is the result of barriers to access being knocked down, not black women becoming more athletic and talented. There are a whole lot more little black girls bouncing on them trampolines and flipping and having dreams of being Olympic gymnasts. And in a meritocracy, judged on ability, our interest grew, the number of us doing it grew, and the team is 100% melanated. That is not the result of us all of a sudden getting, it ain't some evolution shit where our inner ear balance increased and we able to flip better all of a sudden. You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah. Yeah.
If more inner cities had big ass plots of land that were green and lush, and they just had driving ranges, not even full golf courses, the PGA Tour would look a whole lot fucking different.
It would look a lot different.
And for the people that were confused about them 5 states and 50% of the population being in them states, the black people that's 13% of this country, you'd be surprised at how much of that 13% is smack ass in the middle of city centers. You feel what I'm saying? So access to shit like tennis and hockey ain't something, it's a reason why we don't dominate them sports. And it's we don't play them.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we don't dominate whatever sport you watch. You welcome. Shouted, they asked Hope Solo, why has American men's soccer fell off? What she say, P? Look for that quote for me while I keep, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I think so. Oh, yeah.
Matter of fact, you run with it. I get the quote, bro. But like, bro, in the world of meritocracy,
keep going.
Everywhere you remove you can't tell me as we watch barriers to entry to the market be removed, a person excel. You can't keep convincing me that there was a reason for there to ever have been a barrier. And it is a clear barrier to entry to the market for black coaches in the NFL. And because we have such a sense of needing for things to be fair, when we get in the door, rarely is there ever a course correction. Do you understand how mind-boggling it is for the brother Bruce Arians, who my boy P talked to y'all about on the Tell Me Something Good, I think in episode 2? He had the first all-black coaching staff to win a Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin been in Pittsburgh for a decade, and it ain't a black person on his goddamn staff. How the fuck is that possible? You feel what I'm saying? When I read you that silly ass coaching tree from the 2000 Ravens, if Pittsburgh gets a Ray Lewis, every defensive coach that benefits from coaching that all-world talent will be a white guy. There won't be a Marvin Lewis on his staff to get the bump. You feel what I'm saying, Pete? You there, man?
I'm here. I'm still looking for that whole solo quote.
Man, take it for a second. I'll find it, bro. Talk to the people.
Yeah. We as you can see, man, and I think a lot of this is us making astute observations, and then us also being a part of the culture. I've been in several situations, man, where I've been an athlete. Well, I'm a former athlete at this point, for real. Where I have only had coaches, like the last coach that I had that coached me directly, who was black, was my father in the City League. I was in the 5th grade. That was the last time I had a coach that coached me directly, who was my direct coach. I've had black coaches on staff. None have coached me directly since the 5th grade. So from the 5th grade or 6th grade until the time where I quit playing sports, which was my senior year of college, I did not have a black coach who coached me directly. And I know for a fact that affected the way I played the games. Like, I know for a fact that affected how I played and how I performed and my confidence level and how I was taught, because I didn't have that influence. And so you have 80% of players in one league, I think close to 70% in another league. In all these leagues, you have these melanated players, these melanated workforces. And you can look across law firms, you can look across accounting firms, you can look across all different industries. A lot of managers, I did this research, like the majority of managers of talent forces don't look like the actual talent, and it affects the performance of the talent. So, and we going with the platform that we have, we gonna do our damnedest to make sure that that playing field gets evened out, for the simple fact that is we only got one life to live, and we only have this talent for so long, and we don't want to trust our talent and what this world could have to people who are not going to maximize that productivity.
Pause right there.
Talent.
The trust. The vast majority of people aren't athletes, or athletic for that matter. The vast majority of people don't go join football teams. It'd be a roster of 60 people. It's 1,500 people at a high school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You guys have to understand that these pleas coming from ex-athletes come from the perspective of having been in the roles of player-coach relationship. Until you are at a level where you are just dominating other human beings, In football, you are physically, like literally dominating other human beings. You are in a constant state and process of working out. Similar to how you working out, your muscles are simply rubber bands. You're stretching them and stressing them until they're fraying. They break down, lactic acid build, they rebuild itself stronger because now it knows it has to be able to push more weight because you've told your body it needs to be able to. It's a constant process of breaking down your muscles and then being rebuilt stronger. That is how you become a better player at whatever you do. It is constant criticism. It is a constant breaking down of your confidence and what you think you're good at because you need to be better no matter how fucking good you are. Giannis Antetokounmpo is back-to-back MVPs and a $250 million max contract into his career. And everything you hear about this human being is about what his game doesn't have. So to start playing sports as a child and go through your maturation process and physically and emotionally and how they discuss and talk to you, to constantly be stewarded by people who do not look like you, and it is their job to break you down and rebuild you. The amount of trust that go into that, it would be fan-fucking-tastic if you could see someone who looked familiar in the midst of going through that experience.
Yeah.
So this isn't just us bitching or complaining about it's not fair, there aren't enough black coaches. We begging for young black men and women who go through the process of maturation to have people they can trust and feel familiar with to go to if they feel uncomfortable with shit that's going on. The same way you go to your mom and dad or this, that, and the third because it feel like home. We want to be able to feel like home while we out and experiencing this shit of being broken the fuck down and being rebuilt. They take you away to football camp so that you don't have that go home and be coddled. They want to be able to break you all the way the fuck down so you rely on nothing but your teammates. That's the purpose of football camp. So you can't escape that feeling of being broken down and rebuilt. So you go into the season in the image of what they want that team to look like. They break you the fuck down.
And when we talk about those staffs, those coaching staffs, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who's been a college coach. I was a graduate assistant for 1 year, and then I became a position coach in my second year of being a graduate assistant. And I was on a staff. I started growing my hair in the 5th grade. I did not cut my hair until I was forced to because I was on a coaching staff where a white coach said I didn't fit the image of what he was looking for in a coach because I had dreads that reached past my chest. I grew my hair out from the 5th grade, did not cut my hair until a white man didn't understand my culture. And the reason I grew my hair and forced me to cut it for a job that paid me $300 fucking a month, and they paid for me to learn how to read better than I already did. So why would we trust? Why would we trust that type of ignorance with our talent, with our bodies, if they don't know where the fuck we come from, what the fuck we're about, what the fuck we do? How the fuck can you do that? How is that okay? Would you not agree that things need to change if that's the shit that's happening?
And to give you a little context to my maturation in this shit, bro, I had a bunch of black coaches in middle school and in high school, but I also had a few white coaches. And there was no shortage of line stepping and boundary pushing. But in the moments where the line was crossed, I could only imagine for the coaching staff to look like it did in Sewanee when I did what I did in Decatur. The first grown man I almost fought was a white head coach who said something I deemed disrespectful. And I won't even repeat what he said to me. But it was a situation where, with all of my might, I tried to slap the taste out his mouth. And I connected with his shoulder, and he knocked the player next to him down. And that's the only reason he didn't fall. And then, like, a bunch of people tackled me. But I was finna beat that nigga ass, bro. And it's because he said some crazy shit to me. And part of what y'all don't understand, man, especially in inner cities, man, like, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat this shit, bro. I started playing football so that I didn't have time to do other shit. And one thing you not gonna do is call a motherfucker who's struggling with suicidal thoughts, murderous rage, breadwinning for his family. Bruh, you're not gonna call that motherfucker weak because you don't like the way he did something in an after-school activity when he dealing with all that kind of shit in their life. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And to call a motherfucker weak and then step across the line is for you to ask me to prove to your punk ass that you can't do that fuck shit you doing. I'm gonna show you I ain't who you think I am. You feel what the fuck I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if they didn't tackle me, bro, I'd have beat his ass till I couldn't. The next year, he retired from coaching. He failed up like Robert Black did. He went winless, had a 4-win season, and then got a job as like assistant AD or some shit. But I'm sure that interaction was a part of him saying, yeah, this ain't for me no more. I ain't gonna get away with that good old boy shit.
Right. Yo, if I can't get away with that good old boy shit, this ain't for me no more.
Mm-hmm. And I say a name, Coach Powell. I forget his first name, but Coach Powell, if you still alive and floating around Decatur, you racist down the motherfucker. And if you want to smoke now, I'll beat your old ass. And being from Decatur gave me great perspective, bro, because it was 50-50 black and white during my time. I was kind of born at the beginning of the gentrification process.
Yeah.
So me becoming like middle of my like teens is like smack dab in the middle.
Okay.
So it's like legit 50-50 at that point. So it was a great mix of human beings. So it was a ton of racist white folks and a bunch of just regular white folks who couldn't give a fuck about nothing but other than who you were as a human being, just good fucking people. So I learned to not prejudge. Prejudice is what caused a lot of barriers. Once you know not to assume, you get to know a motherfucker and then you feel how you feel about them. You see what I'm saying? So I had the blessing of learning to not prejudge any people I met. But I dealt with a ton of racist white folks.
Once they give you a good sample of actions and
exactly
character. And the thing about this whole like the coaching shit, man, is like we talk about them being stewards of talent. And especially at the level of high school and collegiate athleticism is the only person who's really improving their station is that coach. Like Mike Krzyzewski, I think at the end of his career was making $8 million a year, while his players were playing for books, learning how to read, and meals, and a roof over their head. And a lot of times,
making $8 million a year, bitching about players not staying and providing free labor for more than 1 year. Bitching about the Kyries of the world.
You know what I'm saying? Who
only
came
played
through
11
Duke.
games for him and has had the best career of any other player he's coached.
Because he didn't do what Zion did. Because he didn't do what Zion did and come back early. And look at how different the beginning of Kyrie's career was and how different the beginning of Zion paid career was.
Yeah.
Think about that shit. RJ Barrett in the playoffs in year 2. Both of them would still be at Duke this year if they played until they were juniors like Grant Hill did. Fuck out of here.
Jason
and
Williams
they'd also be, and instead of being 2 years from their second contract, they'd be getting drafted this year and headed into a rookie contract that have a 5th-year option in it. You feel what I'm saying, bro?
Right. They spend that time convincing you that college is where you should be at, providing for another man and his family, or a staff of coaches and their families, rather than getting closer to providing for your own. Because that's the reason you go to college, is to improve your skill set and you become a better asset in the workforce. When I know what the fuck I'm going to do, like, I think it's a fucking waste of time to even make them go for that 1 year. And the only reason we make them do it is so we have the best talent there, so you have to watch them play for free 40 fucking games.
And with the rookie wage scale, it prevents you from having to pay a 22-year-old a max contract. They go to college for a year, so they have to develop even further. The longer you stay at college, I'm praying that LaMelo Ball is the first superstar player to not re-sign after his rookie contract.
His first contract, yeah.
And understand that if you don't get the extra year this time, you get that extra year next time and potentially get a max contract in your 30s you wouldn't get if you sign the long-term deals in your 20s. Because with the way this college shit work and these rookie contracts with 5th-year options for star players and the drafts, the most talented people in the world at what they do don't get to decide where they live until they 29. Who the fuck set that bullshit up? Aaron Rodgers from Southern California, and he been in Green Bay, Wisconsin for the past 15 years, dealing with this fucking disrespect as one of the best people to ever sling a fucking pigskin. So know that I ain't just bitching about it for the black players. This is an athlete complaint. Yeah, ain't no way in hell the best people in the world at what they complaint. Do. Yeah, ain't no way in hell they should have to go live it. Like, ain't no way in hell a nigga who grew up in Chino Hills should have to live in Charlotte, North Carolina for 7 years. After dealing with that shit in his high school shit with his dad pulling him out and not being in control, having to go to Lithuania, having to start the goddamn JBL, then he go to Australia, then he start Spire, then he get drafted and go to North Carolina. I hope at 22 he say, I want to choose what the fuck happened next. I hope LaMelo Ball say, I want to choose what the fuck happened next. Right now. I ain't waiting to create a super team. I ain't signing no extension. If you trade me, wherever I go, you're getting a rental. Don't think you can convince me to not enter free agency. And if you're not going to pay me the maximum amount of money you can pay me, don't motherfucking call me. He's so good. I hope he signed 1-and-1s like he LeBron, nigga. Like, I hope that nigga go all freedom. Call up Puma and be like,
15 different teams.
Call up Puma and be like, who y'all want me to go hoop with? Put another 50 mil on the contract and I sign a minimum deal to go play with KD and sneak a championship real quick. I hope he do some wild shit. Really do this shit like it ain't never been done before with the resources that are at hand. That's how I approach life. Approach this shit like it ain't never been done before with the resources that are at hand.
And he got a lot of great resources.
Bruh,
The Charlotte Hornets finna skyrocket in value so much, bro. He had niggas watching games on Facebook in Lithuania. You think he ain't drove up the eyes watching Charlotte Hornets basketball, cuz?
I mean, he had Charlotte in televised games. Kimber couldn't do that.
The same way New York claimed Mecca of basketball without the Knicks having won since like the 50s, LA actually believes and feels they're the Mecca of basketball because niggas out there actually winning. Golden State, LA, you know, they got like 10 together since the turn of the century or some shit like that. Finals appearance. But like, he took a basketball state's interest with him around the world. One of the biggest basketball markets, production of talent, Dame, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Russell Westbrook. The list just goes. James Harden. Yeah. The list keep going. It keep going. Yeah, you feel me? They got a lot of niggas that can hoop out there. And he took the attention and love of a basketball state around the world. He could take that wherever the fuck he go.
Wherever he go.
Don't wait until you 27 and they bitching about you not winning for MJ, the worst GM in league history for the past 20 fucking years. Since before he started back playing as a Wizard, he has been the worst at this shit ever. If he works out, he will be the only good draft pick on his resume. As a nigga who has had full control as owner and GM. Get the fuck out of there. Do not sacrifice your 20s at the altar of trying to win for the GOAT. Get the fuck out of there and choose where the fuck you want to live. Go play with AD. Get Bron the fuck up out of here. You got about 3 years. That'll be the end of Bron Max deal.
Let them be the 1, 3, and the 5. Let Bron Melo be the.
Nah, you know I'm all about stories, bro. This shit about narratives. Or you just watching niggas throw a leather circle through a metal circle. I want him to get revenge for Lonzo. Be the nigga that make the Lakers tell Bron it's time to pack it up. You got my brother traded. Get LeBron the fuck up out of here, and I'm gonna need Jello to get one of these Thanasis Giannis deals. We a package, baby. We OTW. He been working out. I don't give a fuck if he ain't shot a dribble in the NBA. I want him to force LeBron out of LA and say, you got to give me Jello or Alonzo. Power play. I need it. What that nigga NBA young boy?
LeBron hang him up. We going Melo?
I want it to be Tyler Hero, but it don't seem like he going hard. I'm a huge, bro. Like I'm a LeVar Ball fan, so I want all three of them to have amazing careers because I'm a super fan of their father.
Yeah,
and it's I don't even know what the opposite of jealousy is, but I watch him and daydream about when I played football and I was doing cool shit. I played my highlights back, watching him, wishing my pop was acting like that when I was out there showing my ass. So I'm not jealous of the ball boys, but I love them niggas because I get to watch him be a super fan father. And I haven't gotten to see that as a little black kid. And I'm sure some people out there who love stereotypes who like, I got him. That's why he wants some black coaches. If your daddy was at the game, you wouldn't need a black coach. Maybe you're right, nigga. But maybe that's a good point of why we need some goddamn black coaches. But
yeah.
I lost myself in that moment. What the fuck I was talking about?
You were talking about the Ball family.
Oh yeah, but like LeVar Ball, like bro. I love watching him love on his boys, bro.
Yeah.
Niggas be talking about he talking about Lonzo better than Steph Curry. I said, y'all, I went undefeated in high school and my father didn't come to a game. You know how amazing it would have felt for him to be standing in the stands yelling, Larry Allen, who? You mean David Allen? Fuck the Cowboys. You know how happy that would have made me, nigga?
I'd have been at the like, you know what, nigga? I'm gonna change my number to 73. I'm coming for Larry Allen. Fuck
bro,
that nigga.
like,
you know what I'm saying? I'd have took that shit and it took me to another level. I'd have been in the weight room like, yeah, my daddy said I'm gonna fuck Larry Allen up. Nigga, I'm gonna be a goddamn Hall of Famer. And I ain't even want to play football professionally. I went to college on academic scholarship because, and I quote, I didn't want to sweat for a living. Tell me I didn't used to say that shit constantly.
Yeah.
I was like, nigga, I'm majoring in economics. Ain't no way in hell I'm finna go sweat for a living, bro. I'm gonna be in AC wherever I make money. Wherever I make money, that bitch gonna be air conditioned to the gills. And if I sweat, it's gonna be by choice because I was eating too fast. Fuck you talking about. It wasn't because I ain't had a talent, and I know lots of niggas said
this chili relleno is hot, spicy.
Es muy caliente. I gotta find a good song to put over
I
that.
swear this gonna be from eating too fast. Fuck a goddamn going out here and run up and down that field.
With a fat nigga, baby. I don't care how much weight I lose, nigga. I'm built on me here, you talking about.
Square business, man. And as we continue this conversation, man, centered around talent and
I'm sorry. I know I do this a lot, but before we move on,
yeah.
Shout out to all the fathers who are yelling way too loud. Shouts out to all the mothers who are taking kids back and forth to every fucking practice, screaming at the coaches. Like, I promise you, every time you scream, that's my baby, I don't care how ashamed he act up. Mom, sit down to the... Never stop. They need that shit. They need that shit. And as a nigga on the outside looking in, for the fathers who out there, yo, I can't wait to be you. I don't know if you out there yelling at little man because you want him to be the next LeBron, but I am a fan of y'all niggas like y'all LeBron right now. So just breathe life into little man. Whatever the fuck he do on the field, breathe life, bruh. I'm y'all biggest fan.
I love seeing them. Whenever you see that shit at the game, I'm gonna give you 3 examples after I say this piece right here. But whenever you at a game or some shit and you hear a daddy talk about his boy in the crowd, or you hear him yelling at the referee or some shit, that's my boy, blah, blah, blah. It bring a smile to your face. You turn and you find that nigga wherever he at, and don't nobody ever say nothing about that motherfucker. Like, it's a father here supporting his child, and it don't depend on what race they is, bro. If I hear a father in the crowd, and I'll give you this example, is I told you I officiated the wedding this past weekend, and I sent them 5 questions each, told them to answer the questions independently of each other. And one of the questions I asked is, what are you looking forward to for y'all's future? And the wife said, cheering the boys on at all their games. Like, that was one of the answers that she gave me. Like, what we looking for? She's like, I can't wait to drink Dos Equis and have Captain and Cokes after the boys go to bed and watch games. And I can't wait when they at the age where they actually playing and me and Nate get to stand in the stands and make all this ruckus about them because they are our boys. Because they got 2 little boys. They got a boy that's 5 and a boy that's 2. And I'll give you this example of my parents personally is my mom never missed a game. Whether she had to take off work, whatever. The only time she missed a game is when she couldn't make it because her grandmother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And I was in college and it was like her weekend or something to take off. Like, she couldn't take off because she had to take care of her biological mother. My pops came to everything that he could possibly make it to as well. My folks are divorced. They got divorced when I was 12 and a half years old. They always sat on opposite sides. My daddy always sat amidst the visiting team. And my mama always sat on the home side. I knew this my entire career of playing sports is my folks is gonna sit on opposite sides of the field. My dad, I can always look up in the football games, basketball games. I look up on the visiting side. He was the only motherfucker standing up when I did something good. He's like, I'm gonna be easy to find. And all we did was give each other looks. He made no sounds. We gave each other hand signals and looks. That's the only thing we ever gave each other during games. My mama, that we gave each other the Nick Cannon. It love don't cost a thing.
You already know
what, Pop? Always yelling at referees. I remember one game we played Foley, and she hit him with I came out the field.
For those of y'all don't know, that was back when he used to get his ass tightened up by Julio. The nigga used to play Julio Jones in high school.
My brother played against Julio.
Y'all got beat though. That wouldn't matter. Foley used to whoop that.
No, we never lost to his school.
What?
Yeah. Not while I was there.
Y'all lost while Julio was there?
My school?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Your mama.
Yeah.
He wanted to go, nigga, yo mama. He was like, oh, I see.
And she said, man, y'all better give my baby some water. And I got a homeboy from high school, white guy. Every time I see him, he say, y'all better give my baby some water. That's the thing that stick out about me from high school was my mama yelling in that game over it was a packed stadium, like 10,000 people in that stadium that game.
That's be the thing, man. Right. It's like they voice speaking like if it's something right here, bro, you can hear it over everything.
Everything. But you know, she loud in the country anyway. But
yeah. Man, like Mama J, her voice unique too.
Yeah.
It stand out.
That's a nice way of saying she loud, you guys.
Like me and my brother was at the crib, Monduke crib. We was down there for her birthday party, but you know, if we link up, we record music. We in there recording and shit, door closed. Nigga, we got the whole conversation in the microphone.
It's on the actual song.
We made that shit the intro. Song. Had to, cuz.
Yeah, it's on the actual song.
Y'all don't understand how good their noise cancellation software is. Shout out to Mama JJ. Girl, the niggas that think they very good at
it. They very. Man, I'll move on to a story. We've been on this topic of it's been heavy.
Hold up, real quick. I keep holding you up because you transitioned quick on me. As I talk about longing to have had my father have a heavier presence, I have to give a quick shout out to Miss Dorothy Allen because with a son going to high school in Georgia and one going to college in Tennessee, this woman never missed a game. When I tell you, I would get done playing on Friday and then have to take a shower in the locker room or get in the car stinky because we were driving to Tennessee or driving to Alabama. If it was in a state that touched Georgia, whether it was a Sewanee game or not, my mama was not missing my big brother game neither. Like the amount of love she poured into supporting whatever we did. Like nigga, I played soccer, tennis, I swam on the swim team as a kid growing up. My mama never missed shit. And it was not because she was how I got to the event. Because I rode with the different clubs and shit. My mama drove to Florida for tennis tournaments and shit. I won a little contest and got sponsored by Nike and shit. And she took me to different events so that I could try to raise up the sponsorship tier to where I got to where I was like a heavily paid athlete instead of just getting free gear and having to go to a bunch of tournaments sponsored and they pay for the travel. Like my brother was on a fucking travel baseball team. I was the fifth of 5 boys and she hit all our motherfucker events. So understand when I talk about longing for my father, It is because I think if that's what it was like with mom riding that hard for a nigga, imagine what they would have been together.
Yeah.
It is not because I was devoid of having a parent go hard for me, and I need the world to know Dorothy Allen did her motherfucking thing. Point blank, period. When I talk about people excelling being from the result of them not having access, it is because I picked up a tennis racket and never took home a trophy that wasn't second or first place. From the first year I picked the shit up. And I'd take second place to the nigga I played doubles with, Corey Moon, because he would beat me in the singles tournament. And then we'd take home the first place trophy in doubles. Two little black kids from Samuel Jones would sweep the whole fucking Southeast in tennis as 11, 12-year-olds playing teenagers and shit. We put together a soccer team and won second in the whole fucking region the first year we had a fucking soccer team. Dumb shit. We had a player who used to kick the ball into the guest stands and hit a parent in the face every game. Niggas with dumb talent, but just did hood shit. We were just doing whatever the fuck we wanted to. So when I tell you access is everything, I am simply talking to you about longing to have had that access to both of my parents being there. Because if my mama going as hard as she did propelled us to where we went, I could only imagine what it would have felt like to have LeVar Ball on the other side of Tina. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all figure it out, man. If you can hear this and y'all dealing with some shit, y'all figure that shit out so that y'all both at the spelling bee, y'all both at graduation, y'all both at the goddamn math fleet competition, y'all both at the science fair, y'all both at the goddamn parent-teacher conference. I don't give a fuck if y'all both at dinner. Y'all figure that shit out to where both of y'all are watering that goddamn seed. Because no matter how capable you are of making sure that it grows, you're fooling yourself if you think just because you can water it, it couldn't benefit from sunlight. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
No matter how much life you are given, you could be the soil, you could be the nutrients, you could be the water. They need the sunlight too. They do. You more than capable. I ain't questioning your ability at all. Figure out a way to get that motherfucker some sunlight though, man. Thank you for letting me interrupt, but I had to love on Dorothy for a second, man. I love you. You're crazy ass.
Yeah. But yeah,
this is Alan, man.
This episode has been heavily race-based, and shout out to Miles Dukes as well, man. Much love goes out to her to show me so much love over these almost 2 decades of us knowing each other. 3 more years.
Yeah, talk about it for a second, man. You ain't got to run from it. I know you're driving it forward.
Nah, man. Yeah, it's so much.
We
love,
have a
man.
Mother's Day episode and Father's Day coming up.
Say.
We ain't have a Mother's Day episode and Father's Day coming up. Go ahead, talk about it.
Oh, no doubt, man. Yeah, it's just a lot of love spent up on the time spent up under that roof. One of the books I've read, Dr. M. Scott Peck, The Road Less Traveled, he defines love as extending yourself to increase or grow one's spiritual growth for self or someone else. And he goes on to say ultimately love is everything, and that if you value something, you spend time with it, nurturing it, growing it, trying to see it develop into its full potential. And so I could definitely say that the time I spent on the Mom Dukes roof, man, she's giving me that love, and as well as my own mother, as well as my own father, they've done it, and they've done some things that I don't agree with, that were wrong, but it was always done with the objective of giving me love and showing me what they believe is right, man. And yeah, so I appreciate the hell out of that shit. And I share that sentiment that whatever you got going on, you and your once significant other or current significant other, if y'all have a seed that is of your two yolks, do what you can, man, because it really helps us. I can't tell you how much I was given seeing my parents when things went right and what was taken away when they weren't on the same accord, whether they were in the same household or not. So yeah. You got any more to add before I move on to the next?
No, sir.
All right. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you have to do it that dry. Yes, I mean, but you can feel free to ask it directly to you. But you be spoofing though. You do that too. Sometimes I finish something and then look at you and you be like, yeah, well, anyway, yeah, he just said some crazy shit about white folks, and I ain't got no opinion on that. Great conversation. I'm glad we're having it. Anyway, and then you can just move on.
I didn't ask for any of this.
I be like, that nigga P be like, all right, y'all, not to cut you off. That nigga just, I'm waiting like this, and I'm in the picture straight like this. That nigga jogging back on defense.
I didn't ask for any of this.
He turned me into Swaggy P. I'm trying to be D Wade, cuz.
To my niggas putting their arms out after they know going in. I know it's going in. Oh, yeah, man. So the NFL plans to halt race norming, and review black claims. And so this came about a few days ago, almost a week ago, man. The NFL on last Wednesday pledged to halt the use of race norming, which assumed black players started out with lower cognitive function in the $1 billion settlement of brain injury claims and review past scores for any potential race bias. The practice made it harder for black retirees to show a deficit and qualify for an award. The standards were created in the 1990s in hope of offering more appropriate treatment to dementia patients, but critics faulted the way they were used to determine payouts in the NFL concussion case. And so $1 billion worth of cases, workforce of, we'll just say 70% being black, $1 billion, and we're going to allocate the majority of that to the roughly 30% because they have lower, because we race normed and said they have lower cognitive levels than the other 30%. So 70% of the workforce, we are going to shape the parameters to say they have lower cognitive functions than the other. And as we're going to turn that $1 billion into money for that 30%.
If I could.
Yeah, please.
To explain to the listeners in a little bit simpler context, race norming in and of itself was a method that they were using to allocate the $1 billion settlement. The way a class action lawsuit works is you may have taken this pill from 2001 to 2005, and if you have dealt with mesothelioma, there may be a connection. Call this number. The reason you call that number is once you call that number, they review records to see if you have the markers that would mean you were affected by the process and therefore qualify for this class action lawsuit. with brain damage and CTE and some of the ramifications of the stuff that the NFL was dealing with, the reason race norming was important is because the assumption of your cognitive function affects how far of a precipitous fall you experienced as a result of playing football. So if on a scale of 1 to 10, we assume that average is 5 because it's in the middle, and they're testing all of the players, and all players are rating at about a 2 who experience CTE, then a 3-point fall in intelligence would show that you qualify for this class action lawsuit. Race norming means that at the advent of this lawsuit settlement being a settlement for the NFL not disclosing the proper ramifications of brain damage to its 70% Black workforce, they set up the payments so that when you evaluated a player's intelligence as the base standard on a scale of 1 to 10, Black players were a 3 and white players were a 5. So if every player they tested showed up as a 2, Black players' intelligence only fell 1 point, and they do not qualify for the payout. And white players who fell from 5 to 2 all got a part of the payout. In a class action lawsuit, if it is $1 billion payout and there are 1,000 players they test, if 70% of those players are Black and only 30% of them are white, setting up the testing system to exclude a large percentage of the Black people flat out allocates more money to white players when they are a smaller represented portion of people affected by the goddamn disease. It is a direct example of systematic racism. That is what race norming is. I had to explain it because they had to understand exactly what the fuck race norming was. They were saying that on average, Black players start at a lower level of intelligence, preventing them from being able to measure how much they were affected by the brain damage. They need to understand exactly what that is, because they had to come up with a name for the shit that they did, and they didn't call it what it was.
Right.
Race norming is not what they did. What they did was systematically exclude Black players from being able to access money that they were granted in this fucking lawsuit.
Created more barriers is what they did. Yeah.
Point blank, period.
100%.
I don't even have to comment on it. I just need y'all to understand what happened. And if you understand, your opinion on what actually happened will tell me more than me sharing my opinion on it. I could give a fuck. Give me some questions at gmail.com. GIMMESOME questions at gmail.com. I ain't gonna spell questions no matter how many times I do this shit. I just need y'all to know that gimme is spelled wrong and some is spelled correctly. That is GIMMESOME questions at gmail.com.
Yeah,
that makes sense, right?
No, 100%, bro. And like I brought it up because I don't know if people knew it existed or what was going, because I didn't know it existed. I've heard of it, but I didn't know it existed until recently. And I wanted to make sure, since we talking about this and we putting these things into people's consciousness, this is something that we need in your consciousness, so you know we not just talking this crazy shit and act like, oh my God, woe is us. No, this is a thing. You trying to cheat 70% of a workforce out of $1 billion of treatment and settlement money, because that is systematic oppression. Like, these are things that are happening. You may just think, oh, shut up and dribble. It's just sports. Run. All y'all got is no. It's deeper than rap, and it's always deeper than rap.
Always.
And on GSH, Give Me Some Headlines, we always gonna take it deeper than the rap. And so we wanted to put that into y'all's consciousness. When we post this show, it will be in the show notes where you can find more information to do your own research, because we don't search for confirmation. On this show, like my dog has told you several times over, and we will continue to peddle this, is that we search for information. So educate yourself on what's going on.
And just like y'all should be asking yourself, every motherfucking Monday when y'all know we filming, or Tuesday if we late, and Wednesday when we dropping, and Friday when y'all have access to the video, and y'all should be hitting us up on Twitter and Instagram and give me some questions at gmail.com. I'm gonna ask my nigga P, give me some headlines.
Yes, sir, man. So first story coming from the BBC News. The headline is
Big British Columbia. Big bitches
Columbia.
coming down.
Hundreds arrested in massive global crime sting using messaging app. California launches Reparations Task Force. And that comes from CaliforniaMatters.org. The third story, West Virginia is giving away guns as part of the state's vaccination effort. And that is from the InsideEdition.com. I'm going to go back over those.
Yeah, do that.
Hundreds arrested in massive global crime sting using messaging app. That messaging app was created by or run by the FBI, by the way. CalMatters.org. The headline is California launches a reparations task force. Inside Edition, West Virginia is giving away guns as part of the state's vaccination effort.
Son of a bitch. You know I love me some guns. And West Virginia got that mountaintop removal mine, and then they be fracking. Plus they love them some guns. And incentives for vaccines, but you know what, that shit they're all over the place. I feel like that could be embedded in this story. I can't miss this shit. What's going on with these California reparations? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
So I read the headline one more time. California,
they gonna spend money on the task force instead of just giving some fucking reparations?
A task force. A task force.
My God.
California launches a reparations task force. California kicked off a 2-year study into how the state might compensate African Americans for slavery and its lingering effects on Tuesday, when a newly formed reparations committee met for the first time. The first in the nation committee is the result of Governor Gavin Newsom last year signing a bill authored by then Assembly member Shirley Weber, whom he subsequently appointed as California's first, remember this thing we talked about in the beginning of the episode, the first Black Secretary of State. She's not the first. She's the first that they appointed. First that they deemed qualified. The 9-member task force will draft an apology to Black Californians and recommend ways the state might make up for discriminatory policies, which could include issuing direct payments to the descendants of enslaved people or passing laws to close racial disparities. And so I will make sure that this story in totality is in the show notes. But you've heard about this task force, what they were put together to do, and what they hope to do in the future. What are your thoughts on it, G?
Fuck this task force. fuck all these long ass conversations and fuck all these fake ass confusions on how to give us reparations. This shit way simpler than they make it. Y'all treated my ancestors like property for 400 years. You ended that period of time with the 13th Amendment, where you took slavery out of the hands of private citizens and made it a government institution by which you could only become a slave by committing a crime where you are incarcerated for more than a calendar, a felony, aka your ticket into slavery. So this shit very simple. Property, assets, generate revenue. You treated my ancestors like revenue for 400 years. You created the patent office and wrote it into the bylaws that if you were a slave, because you were property, you could not own a patent. So anything a slave created was owned by their master. So every Black invention for all of that time, white families have been benefiting off of and taking credit for. This shit is very fucking simple. Cancel the estate tax, because to treat our ancestors like property and take 50% of what we generate in our lifetime is some bullshit. And cancel the income tax and cancel the fucking property tax. Give us a different class of citizenship for the same amount of time you took away the proper citizenship we should have had. To understand, as a fucking person, the maximum they can tax you is 36%. You should only be able to live on 70% of what the fuck you make. Black people are 13% of this motherfucking country. So if you stop taxing melanated people, you only need to live on 87% of what the fuck y'all make.
What the fuck y'all make? Talk to him, nigga.
You hear what the fuck I'm saying, P? The maximum the country can tax us is 36%. So they telling us y'all can live on 60 motherfucking 4% of what you make. 100 minus 36% mean if you made $100 and they taxed you the full 36%, you'd be getting $64 of every 100 you made. We are saying, I am saying, America, reparations is very simple. Live off that 87% you be fucking making. Stop taxing melanated people for the same period of time you treated us like property. And watch what we're able to do economically when we're able to hold on to everything we generate, since we were not able to profit off of anything we generated for damn near half a 1,000 years. You feel what the fuck I'm saying?
I don't even know what that is.
Give us 307
centuries.
Yeah, I was about to say a millennium. What the hell do you call 1,000 years?
It's a millennium, yeah. For half a millennium.
Yeah. For half a millennia, we were property. Give us half a millennia as citizens who are untaxed beings. Stop taxing us when we die, when you treated our ancestors like property. Stop taxing us while we here. And watch what the fuck we able to do with our motherfucking money. If you as a country think we should be able to live off 64%, you as a country should be able to figure that shit out with 87%, because we ain't but 13%. And that's a high estimate. I think we down to 11 because Latinos are up to 17%. Shouts out to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community. You feel me? Love. But if we down to 11%, that means y'all living off of 89%. So if you can tell citizens, at worst, y'all should be able to live off 64% of what you generate as a country. Budget off of 89. Fuck you talking about? Their reparation shit not that fucking complicated.
No. All this tax.
And when you talk about 11%, you'd have to tax the billionaires, the rich, less than 1% higher than what you taxing them to pay for the cut. So how to do the shit not complicated neither. When y'all hear this theory, don't let them complicate it if you repeat it to somebody. This shit simple as fuck. We less than 13% of this country live off of 87% of the taxes y'all been creating if you expect citizens to be taxed higher than that percentage. This y'all motherfucking logic.
You heard that shit. Give me some headlines. You got some.
Fuck your task force. Cancel the task force. Send the task force this podcast. Season 1, episode 9. Give me some headlines. Task force canceled. Fuck your apology. Apologies ain't shit. The definition of an apology is changed behavior. If you kick it with a nigga who always step on your motherfucking shoes and he always like, oh, damn, my bad, dog. But whenever y'all walking somewhere, he still stand close as fuck to you. He don't give a fuck about stepping on your shoes. If he start to stand 2-3 feet away from you and show love, if another nigga step on your shoe and he toss you a rag and he got some little shoe cleaner, he like, see, nigga, that used to be me. Now I'm the one saving you. That's how he show you he gave a fuck.
That's an apology.
By changing the behavior. Don't keep kicking my shoes and saying my bad. Don't say we gonna get together and figure out how to stop kicking the back of your goddamn brand new Air Force Ones. Because I'm gonna fault your ass by then. Stop kicking me in the back of my goddamn heels, my nigga. So there go your solution to reparations. Stop taxing melanated Americans for the same period of time you treated them like property. And don't act like you need, and this is why I hate all that task force fuck shit. You seen the little embedded language and how they said who are direct descendants of people who were enslaved? That mean the ones they have on record as best as possible. When the whole reason Juneteenth exists is because Texas kept their slaves long after the war had ended. But we supposed to trust y'all records and how y'all gonna pay our reparations. No, fuck that shit. How about y'all treat that shit just like y'all treated slaves? Any brown motherfucker who slide across that border do not get taxed, motherfucker. Simplify that shit. Have untaxed catchers. Run around, hey, boy, what you doing? You paying tax on that gum? Tell that nigga you black. We don't pay sales tax neither. Fuck all that tax. See if they want to send a motherfucking restaurant in. Yeah. See if they want to send a building in. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Talk to the motherfuckers, man. Square business.
This shit's simple. Business. Reparations solved. Stop taxing us, nigga. We 13% of the country. If we, at worst, could be taxed 36%, that means you believe that some level of income for a person, they should be able to live off of 64% of what they generate. Whole reason Joe Rogan moved his ass to Arizona is because he wanted to keep as much of that 100 mil Spotify gave him as possible. When they hit my nigga Trill Withers with the bag, let's make sure he don't have to move a motherfucking muscle. He get to stay right here in the motherfucking A. And he keep that whole motherfucking 100 mil. I'm going to speak that into existence for my brother. When they hit Trilly with the bag, let's make sure he don't have to move a motherfucking muscle to keep 100% of his that's his reparations.
Right.
And bro, before, I ain't going to let you move on, bro. Because part of the beauty of this shit is it take away all of that fuck shit them nigga be trying to say. And this is for the ones who are racist. So this ain't all white people. This is for racist white people.
100%.
For them crackers who be talking that handout shit, we just asking to keep all of what we generate. So shut the fuck up. We ain't asking for shit. We asking to keep all of what we generate.
Stop.
So shut your fuck ass mouth. You feel what I'm saying? Shut them dick suckers and say something now. All we asking is to keep what the fuck we generate.
Yeah.
That's the most beautiful part of the shit. We not asking for shit from you. We asking you to stop taking from us. Because you used us like seeds and planted us and buried us and cut us up and chopped us up and treated us like animals for profit to build this nation. Now, in this nation we built, let us run this motherfucker without being taxed at every fucking turn. At 5 different levels: property, income, sales, estate. Like, get the fuck out of here and watch what the fuck we able to build in the country we built that you took from melanated people in the first place.
In the first fucking place. This motherfucker didn't belong to you.
Took it from melanated people, built it with melanated people, and still shitting on melanated people. And for y'all to understand, part of what pissed me off about that prison industrial complex is for us to be 50% of the prison population, is for us to still be 50% of the slave population. And there are more slaves in America now through the prison population than there was at the end of the Civil War. And we talking about the same men that they have out there fighting them fucking California wildfires. They be incarcerated for 20 years and shit, fighting wildfires and saving lives for 13 years of their prison sentence. And then they get out of jail and can't become firefighters because they got a felony on their record.
Fucking firefighter.
Fuck y'all. Stop taxing us. That's your fucking solution. Reparations not complicated. Live on 89% of what you have been taking in, or tax for 1% higher, and you'll make more money than you were when you were taxing melanated people. It wouldn't be a net loss, it would be a net profit. The Bezos, the Bill Gates of the world. This won't touch the construction workers, so don't let the talking heads convince you it would. The solution to this don't hit you. It don't hurt you at all, baby. And if you saying, why do we deserve it? When you living in the country that benefited from slavery. Now we want to live in a country that benefited from slavery and benefit from slavery having existed.
Hey.
So give us them 400 years. Y'all already living in the benefits of slavery. Let us live in a time where we actually benefit from the shit. You got it now, my G. I ain't mean to, but I had to finish that. These niggas need to know. Fuck a task force. There go your solution. That's how I feel about it.
No, on some real shit, G. On some real shit, man. No, I appreciate you.
You ain't see that shit
man.
Coming, did you?
I did not, but I'm glad it arrived. Oh man,
we out here, cuz. Play that for your man, radio.
This country right here, sailed over this motherfucker. They sailed over here on a bet that they could produce gold from this land that they never been to before.
So they say.
And when we talk about doing things on a bet, and betting, there's a few it's an interesting concept that this country is not responsible for, but betting is what some of the places in this country are famous for. When you get to your Louisianas, you get to that's New Orleans, that's Lake Charles. You got your Atlantic City up in New Jersey, which is famous for it. You got Biloxi, Mississippi, which is famous for it. You got up in Oklahoma is famous for casinos and betting. You also have the most famous of places in this country, famous for betting, is Las Vegas.
I hate to do this to you. All of those places have what he's talking about because they are locations of Native American strongholds, and they hold all the rights to gambling in this country. So all of those different places he named are the remnants, and the reparation and reward, a small concession given to a people
in a land that has been stolen.
I'm glad you jumped in. Nah. Yeah. And so I wanted to I mentioned that as a segue into talking about a little bit of betting. Sports betting specifically is something that I got into a little while ago, and it got me into some trouble. And let me preface this with saying that I do not suggest that anybody go out and bet anything that they cannot afford to lose. I'm not telling you to bet. I'm just saying that it makes games interesting. Sports betting, whether that be NBA, whether that be NFL, whether that be horse racing, whether that be NHL, whether that be Major League Baseball, any major sport. I think you can even bet on swimming, boxing, fighting, matches, what have you. It makes those events a little bit more interesting, to be able to risk a little bit of money, put something on the line, and get something in return. And so
adding a little bit of money to the equation gives you skin in the game, and the natural markers and responses that it has in the brain creates fear, anxiety, and dopamine responses, and it creates natural highs. Like even the ones that turn into anger creates an amplification that is an experience you can only feel with this happening. So when he says he is not recommending it, understand that this is something that can become an addiction. It is real. It is not a game. Just like with drugs, people can take a drug and it could be something where they are chasing the high. Like that's something that they talk about with heroin. People are always chasing the way they felt the first time. And that's why overdosing is such a huge risk, because you keep taking more and more trying to feel like you felt the first time and you never get there. So it's something you should never try. You understand what I'm saying? So if you have an issue with addiction, or you have a history of alcoholism or something like that in your family, it could be something innate you deal with, where you have an addictive personality. You may have loved Pokemon cards as a kid and you still have a notebook full to this day. Be careful with this gambling shit. If it's something you need to do with imaginary shit and keep track of as a game to yourself, do that. But it is something you need to respect, and it does have something where it is an amplification of the enjoyment of the experience. So as you experience this, and Fred educates us on his journey and some of the pitfalls, and educate us on some of the structure of how to do this, understand that we are having a conversation on wax, and we hope you come here looking for information and not confirmation of what you already believe. And damn sure don't be looking for the last tip of the iceberg to make you jump off and go try this shit. Don't do that. Then listen to the conversation. And P is extremely knowledgeable, and I'm about to shut the hell up and learn a lot with you guys.
No doubt, man. No, I appreciate that preface, because, like you said, is if you have an addictive personality, an addictive nature, if it runs in your family, this shit can end. This shit can end lives just as quickly as alcohol, just as quickly as cocaine, heroin, whatever the substance may be. Addiction is addiction, sex addiction, whatever the hell it is. This shit can end.
50% of
everything else.
50% of marriages end in divorce. The two reasons chief amongst the reasons why marriages end: infidelity, money issues.
Yep.
Gambling is a bad bitch with a fat ass who trying to throw you that pussy. That shit could feel amazing on any given night. And that feeling of it being amazing to get you caught the fuck up on any given night. Hey, you talking about, hey, you betting on Hawaii, staying up to 2:00 in the morning and shit. Hey, for breaking even and shit.
That ass.
You lying.
So, hold on. Here we go. Story time. Man, I got into betting. So I didn't get into betting until I moved out to Houston. I had a roommate in 2014 who had a bookie. So his bookie pull up on him at his job, like know exactly where he work at, pull up on him at his office. If he win his bets, pay out. It's a certain number, it's threshold he hit. If you lose this amount of money in bets, I'll pull up. I need my money. If you win a certain amount of money, I'll pull up. I give you your money. You pull up, your money in an envelope. You pull off, no questions asked. And so I got into this thing, man. 2013, I got interested, started doing a little bit of research. 2014, I jumped 10 toes down. Really started off with small increment bets, man. Started off with like $10 bets, $15 bets, $20 bets, $25 bets. Didn't go over $25 bets for like the first maybe 6 months, 6 to 8 months. Yeah.
When he says he's talking about Quinn with the pen. He's talking about Quintavious Dyson. And when he talks about specific numbers, he's just talking about for entertainment purposes only. Because, you know, we would never engage in illegal activity.
Not at all. Not at all.
They had to say that on record. You know what I'm saying? So they understood where he was coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So got into a little bit of so all the sports betting I've done has been legal sports betting.
100%.
Yeah. And got into it, man. Horse racing, basketball, NFL, would parlay them things. I'll teach you about a little bit of parlays here later on when you get into the terminology of this thing. But it got dangerous. And it got dangerous. It's sort of like Vegas. You win a couple of bets in Vegas, you're going to feel very confident that you know what you're doing. And you're going to start to increase your bets a little bit more. You're going to start to do it at a higher frequency. And you're going to probably start to get careless because you're like, man, I'm winning. I'm up. We doing this thing. And it starts becoming gambling, and it's less of a science. In the beginning, I was winning a good 60 to 64% of the time because I was researching the games, the factors, weather conditions, players playing, reviewing the history of teams versus the spread. We'll talk about spreads a little bit later on. And so I thought I was getting good. And then I got careless and reckless. And I'll just say,
you're betting on shit. You're betting on shit where people become Hall of Famers by being successful 33% of the time.
Right.
A hitter in baseball is fantastic if he hit the ball a third of the times he step at the plate. If you win a third of your bets, nigga, you jumping off a bridge, let alone a plate. You heard me?
Dead ass. Yeah. Square business, man. So,
my bad. I just had to put that in perspective of what gambling truly is. I'm going to try to be taught the dangers of it as you take them on the journey.
Absolutely, man. So one of the dangers that I ran into was that at my absolute worst in this shit, I was betting rent money. Like it got to a point where it became an addiction. I was in that thing, stuck in that funnel for about 3 years, and it is not where you want to be. I was in a betting funnel from 2014, early 2014, late 2013, early 2014-ish to roughly 2.5 years. So mid 2016 was the time that
Part of the time you was in the A?
No. So it was right before I moved to the A.
Okay.
So I got out around March 2016. I was in from about October 2013 to March 2016.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it was like it was started off as more as a weekend, like, oh man, college football jumping off. Let's bet on this.
We gotta have
game.
a gambling segment. I didn't know you did a whole fucking
bruh. I was researching, bro. I got notes in my Google document.
If the math that you had to take to get your college degree is your freshman year, you took a master's course in gambling.
Oh yeah.
How do we 100%. Not have that's a vet guy? My bad. Continue, but I had no idea.
Oh, I was researching. Yeah. So I listened to a sports talk show here in Houston called The Blitz. Man, shout out to Fred Fowler and AJ Hoffman. They really put me on.
Nigga, a real degenerate.
Oh, straight, and they call themselves the Degenerates. That's part of their show.
Are you serious?
Dead ass.
Oh
bro.
My God.
Yes, sir. They call themselves the Degenerates, man. They be all over Houston. They sports bet. They do a lot of NFL, a lot of NBA, a lot of horse racing. One dude wrote a book on horse racing. Fred Fowler wrote a book on horse racing, man. So I really got into like the superfectas, trifectas, not like the whole nine, man, with the horse racing. And so it became an addiction. It became something that I really enjoyed doing, like, because you get that exhilaration of winning. You get that it made you feel. For somebody who struggled with numbness, it really made me feel. And not to say I was proud of it at all, but it became something that I studied and was I really got into it. And I thought some of it is based on skill and like the amount of research that you put in. It's still a game of chance, but you can give yourself a really good chance to succeed if you put in the work on learning the history of teams and players and the conditions and factors that go into winning a bet. And so, I put a lot of time and effort into it. And I definitely have to say, over my time betting, when I stopped, I think I was around a 53. I almost have I think I have the exact number. 53.7% win percentage is what I had by the time I stopped. And I had like Google documents of like games I was researching. Like I did my research all throughout the week and on Saturdays.
Do you know what your net was, whether you won or lost in your career? As far as like the raw dollars, did you win more money than you lost?
Yeah, I was 53%. I was 53%.
But you bet different amounts and shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm curious about, because I'm OCD. I think I'd have kept track of the amount.
The amount I think I made, and this is off the top of my head, so it's not accurate. I may be up like $150. It ain't a lot.
Yeah, 53 is close, but that roller coaster, hey.
And it's just that, man. It's a roller coaster. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna go through a little bit of the terminology and the types of wagers that you can make, and then as GSH progresses, we will have. And my dog came up with this name. We will have. Let me spin to the page so I get it right. We will have the CPB. What does APB stand for, G?
All Points Bulletin, and that's
bulletin.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, that's something you'll hear in Police Blotter or something. An Amber Alert is a type of APB, and it's a call for all available units to be called to this action or to solve this problem or whatever the bulletin is addressing. You see what I'm saying? Hell, a hurricane warning is APB type shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's why they say put an APB out on this motherfucker. You can put APB out on whatever you want to, technically, you know what I'm saying?
And so what this segment of the show is going to be about is a CPB. You're going to have a city pick, you're going to have a P pick, and then we're going to have a bull pick. Shout out to Gimme Some Headlines. These cows. Conversations. Conversations on wax, man. So we will be giving you, hopefully very frequently, 3 picks in a show. One city pick, one of his pick, and one of my own, a P pick, and then we're going to do a bull pick, which is one that we both agree on. And yeah, man, we're going to run with those wagers. So we'll talk about straight wagers real quick. We'll go with straight wagers.
Just to piss y'all
today.
off, sometimes the P pick and COD pick will be the same game, opposite opinions. We just going to give y'all our fucking pick. It is what it is.
Straight up.
So don't be in here looking for advice. You're listening to a conversation.
Right. So a straight wager. A straight wager is a single bet placed on a point spread, money line, or a total. A bet is placed on the favorite, the team with the odds in its favor, the underdog, the team with the odds against it, or the final score of the game, over, under a predetermined total. The favorite is indicated by a minus sign, and the underdog by a plus sign. If there is no favorite, there won't be any numbers next to the team's names, and the risk will automatically be assigned as minus 110. In this case, to win $100, you must risk 110. That's what the minus 10 stands for. If you win the wager, the risk, $110, will be refunded to you, plus the $100 in winnings. So $110 plus $100 equals $210. The 10% risked is known as the juice or the VIG. And is the difference
VIG.
Between
call it that. Niggas heard VIG, but they don't know what it meant. They be like, "What's the VIG?" When you hear that in the Italiano type old school mob shit, they asking, "What's my percentage? What I'm getting off of this bit?" They might ask, "What's the VIG on anything?" So P giving y'all a game because I ain't know none of that shit he just said in the first part.
Yes, sir.
I know what a VIG is though.
Right. So the juice or the VIG is the difference between what is wagered and what can be won. When the number next to a team's name is positive, which will be the case when you bet on an underdog, it means you risk less to win more. So a note in baseball, you can make your bet conditional on which pitchers are starting. And if you have the ability to specify in advance, if you'd like to put your bet, you'd like your bet to be withdrawn if a pitcher that's supposed to start is changed. And so,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you do another one of the examples of the minus 110 with a different quantity? Because you see shit like plus 340. What yes. Do that math for me, because I don't know what the fuck any of that mean. It confused the shit out of me.
So it's all based on $100. So if it's plus 340, you bet $100. Think of it as a fraction. 340 is simply 3.4 if you move that decimal point. So if you bet $100, you win 3.4 times what you bet. You win $340 by betting 100. If you see that plus 40, because you bet on the underdog.
So if I bet $10, I'd win 34.
You win 34, exactly.
Oh, okay, exactly. Okay. So on the minus scale, do that the minus way.
Yeah. So if you are,
you'd have to bet. If I was betting on so if he was plus 340, that means they the underdog.
Yes. Yeah.
So if I see minus 340, I'd have to bet $34 to win $10.
You have to bet. If you see minus 340,
I'd have to bet $34
No, you have to bet
to win $10
to win 100.
I'm putting it in regular nigga terms.
Okay.
Who may be betting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'd have to bet $34 to win 10, divided by 3.4.
Right. Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I bet $68, I'd win 20.
If you bet $68, yes, you win $20. Right.
Or $680, you'd win 200.
Right. And so, right. And you get your money that you put up back, but you would get that amount of money.
$200.
Exactly.
Yeah. So your you'd essentially you'd bet $680 and your account would see $880.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Or if you stayed in the simple structure of the bet, if you were betting on the underdog and they were plus 340, if you bet $100, you would win 340. If you were betting on the favorite and they were minus 340, you'd have to bet $340 to win $100.
Yep.
In both cases, the deposit in your account would be $440. Your risk is different depending on whether or not you picked the favorite.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. The only thing that's changing it.
I appreciate you playing that all the way out because I still wouldn't have understood if you ain't let me do that. Thank you.
Yeah. And so you have your straight wagers, and then you can bet based on the point spread. So a point spread is set for each game based on which team is favored. In order to win, you must cover the spread. So if you wagered on the favorite and it wins the game by more than the point spread, you cover the spread. If you wagered on the underdog and the favorite wins by less than the spread, you win. If you wagered on the underdog and it wins the game outright, you win. So what that means is if you see these digits next to a team, so first game of the season, I don't know who plays who, but let's say Atlanta plays Dallas and Dallas is -3. That means Dallas is favored by 3 points. And so Dallas has to win by 4 points to cover the spread. If Dallas Dallas wins by 2, they don't cover the spread. And if you bet on Dallas to cover those 3 points, then you would lose that bet. And so it doesn't matter how much money. This is a fact. This isn't really the fact of how much money you put down. This isn't determined by the favorite or the underdog based on the -10 number we talked about. This is the actual point spread. And so Las Vegas usually is the entity. The casinos are the ones.
Why the fuck do you ever see half point spreads then?
Exactly.
When no sport. Okay.
Yeah. So you want half points as the bettor. In a lot of cases, you want a half point because that gives you a little bit of extra cushion. So let's say.
But no basketball game could ever end in a half a point, or football. Like that what I don't get. How does that work?
Exactly. So let's go back to the example that I gave you with Dallas and Atlanta. You have a -3 point spread.
Yeah.
If Dallas wins by a field goal, what happens?
Is that what that is? Is that a push?
That's a push. Nothing happens. So when you throw in that half point, say Dallas is favored by 3.5, and Dallas wins by 3, they don't cover.
Okay.
There's no opportunity for a push when you have that half point.
Okay.
So that's what Vegas is doing. They're eliminating the
that's some slickery
for that push. So
ain't no green on the roulette wheel. That shit either black or red. Somebody gonna win.
Black or red. Somebody gonna win. Win. So if they give you Dallas -2.5, and Dallas beats Atlanta by a field goal,
you win.
They win. They win. There's no opportunity for that -3, that push for the person who bet for Atlanta to cover.
So the risk you take. So to summarize for the simple niggas like me on this tip, the risk you take when you bet the favorite is twofold. You have to risk more money to win less, and you have to cover the spread. For betting the underdog, you win more money for risking less, and not only can you win by them beating the team, but the point spread gives you a cushion for taking the risk of betting the underdog. Yes. Okay.
Yep. So
those are the two incentives to bet. The two incentives to bet the underdog is more money won for less, and you get a cushion.
Mm-hmm.
Bet.
So with Dallas being -3, that means Atlanta is +3. So for me to win, as if Atlanta pulls this thing out, I win. And if they finish, if the game turns out to be Atlanta gets 3 field goals, Dallas gets a field goal and a touchdown, the game is 10-9, I still win for betting because they only lost by 1 point. So I got that cushion. So
that's awesome. I got a question that I feel like may get us too far down the line, so I ain't gonna ask it.
Now let's do it.
Is there any type of betting where if you bet the underdog, you get more if they win outright than if they just cover the spread, or is that always the same output? It just count as a win.
It just counts as whatever money you put.
You see why that'd be good logic? Like if you bet on the underdog that's -17, is that only reflected in? It'll be like it'll be +720 instead of +340. That's your reward for betting for a -17. It ain't no. It's +1200 if they win outright type shit.
And so
the VIG go up. Does the VIG ever go up for an outright win?
There is. Okay. And that's so that the bet changes when you do that. So if it's Dallas, Atlanta, Dallas is -17, Atlanta's +17, you got that 17-point cushion. That's where you're going. If they win outright, cool. But I got the 17-point cushion. That's the incentive for betting Atlanta in that case. But that +17 turns into let's say +1700. Like they are a big underdog. So if they win outright +1700, if I bet $100, now how much money do I get? I get 17 times that $100. So I get $1,700 should they actually win this damn thing. So that's you can say, I really believe Dallas going to pull this whole thing out. They're not just going to cover the spread. They're going to beat these boys outright. So what you'll see some people do is
it's a different bet.
I'm going to bet the spread. It's a completely different bet. I'm going to bet the point
so
spread.
They both straight bets, but you choose which one you doing.
Right.
They'll have different bets. Okay.
The +1700 will be the money line bet. That's a money line bet. And that was the next term I was going to get to. And then
see, that's what I meant. I felt like the question was gonna get us ahead, and I didn't want to add.
Yeah, but no, it was literally the next. It was literally the next one I wrote down. So we talked about point spreads, and then you go money line wagers, which is in a money line bet, the bettor picks one of two teams in a game, match up a tournament, and receives odds based on how favored or unfavored the team is to win. Odds makers set the money line so that more money must be risked on the favorite and less money on the underdog. The team the bettor wagered on must win outright. It does not matter how many points the team wins by. Example is the player wagers on Miami -240 at Buffalo +140. If Miami wins, the player would wager $240 to win $100. If the player wagered on Buffalo at +140, the player would wager $100 to win $140. So that's the money line.
If you understand what you're hearing, you won't do what this nigga did and bet the rent money. Because if the rent a band and you got like sell mud, so you gonna bet some shit that's plus or minus 240, you gonna risk 240 to win 100 to get $100 closer to having rent. To go back to 560 from 700 is some boy, that's some clown shit. No offense, but we trying to talk the risk.
It is some clown
and
shit.
I ain't trying to do it.
Nigga, you know how stuck I was? And the thing is, I don't even want to tell people what the outcome is because I don't want motherfuckers to do it. If I tell you what the outcome is, niggas be like, I take that risk. But don't do that shit, nigga, because I was stressed up all night. It wasn't Hawaii. It was a USC game I had this shit riding on, bro. And I was up to damn near 1 o'clock in the morning.
He said, no, you said it.
Oh, that's some clown shit. Don't do it.
That
man.
shit stress, you hear me?
Stressful.
I'm in here getting knowledge. I'm not sitting. The reason I'm not taking notes is because I don't want y'all to believe I'm learning so I can go do this shit because that ain't what I want y'all doing.
He's seeking information for the sake of information. So he know what's going on when niggas are talking this bet and shit. So don't
Straight
get caught
up.
up in no goofy shit, man, because that shit will have
Don't
you
do it.
stressed out, man. Like when you sitting up waiting on USC to cover a damn -5 spread at 1 o'clock in the damn morning on a Sunday, man, don't do that shit. But I did win that bitch the next day and go hell on this Sunday fun day because I knew my bookie was gonna have to come see me on Monday.
Yeah.
So I had to rent then some, nigga.
Yeah,
I did that shit one time because that stress was more than enough.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, you already know.
More than enough.
Yeah, nigga.
I got
the Jazz on the money line. I got the Jazz on the money line. 540. Bet. What's up? What you said, G?
There that, man. There that. Bro, I was on, man, yeah, this shit became, I dedicated myself to this like I want to dedicate myself to another game, but it's a game based on skill. I want to dedicate myself to poker. I love poker. Like I
Don't
love
convince
poker.
yourself in not gambling, people who listening. And this is Quinn. This ain't P. This Quinn.
This ain't P talking. This is Quinn with the pen talking. I really want to commit myself to playing two sports in particular. 3
Golf.
sports. Golf.
Let me guess.
Go ahead. Do you think?
You gave us one. So golf, poker. You count that as a sport?
Yes. Yes.
And is the other one you haven't already picked up?
No.
Damn. So it ain't tennis. Is it basketball?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to do tennis, man, but I feel like I want to do golf more than I want to do tennis. And I don't feel like I can do both. Like I want to do,
You're wrong. You're wrong. You know why?
Why is that? Same range of motion.
For the same reason baseball players are great at being quarterback. Don't cheat yourself of a workout that will better you at the other one.
So we got four sports. We got basketball, we got golf, we got tennis, and we got poker, which is
then you left-handed. You know how you gonna be beating niggas as soon as you get good at the basic. You gonna be beating niggas because they ain't ever playing anybody who hitting shots at them from the angles you hitting them. They're gonna be used to hitting it down the right baseline to make it hard for niggas to hit their backhand, and that's gonna be to your forehand. So they're gonna be reversing their whole game trying to beat you.
Yeah.
But yeah, though, those are great choices. And on that poker shit,
I'll be watching more soccer.
Let's do Yahoo Poker and start learning that shit. I want to learn how to play poker well too, bro. Let's start that shit.
Is it in here? I got a book. I'm gonna buy you a copy of it and I'm gonna send it to you. It's called Harrison on Hold'em. And then I got a subscription to Masterclass, and they got like, and so I spent a whole lot of time on YouTube with this.
Let's learn how to play this shit. Let's learn how to play this shit.
I'm into this poker shit, bro.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Golf, tennis, basketball, and then I really want to watch more football. Like soccer finna be the sport that I watch. Straight up.
Bruh. At all three casinos, we hit at least one in every one of them holes.
That's a bit. That's a bit. That's a bit. Square bit.
And can I give you a suggestion?
Say.
The way I casino gamble is I treat it like anything else. I look at it like entertainment. Okay. I don't go down there trying to win money.
Yeah.
I go down there to have fun. And because I got good energy and motherfuckers usually gravitate to me, bruh, I'm never at a table for more than 10 minutes before I get a free drink. So I'm always getting drunk and fuck when I'm gambling. You feel what I'm saying? So what I do is I'll think about how long I want to gamble, and I'll set a per hour limit. Like if I got a band to gamble, I'd be like, I got about 4 hours in me. So I'm only gambling about $250 an hour. That means I can lose down near $50 every 15 minutes. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So all you gotta do is get up and walk away from shit, watch people play around, and then jump in and play. Be like, all right, this table hot, I ain't gonna fuck up their mojo. Let me go see if I can go get on their craps table, see if then they got these clickety-clack going. You feel me? So let hit that bitch and be straight up. Be like, look, we gonna sit down at this table and we gonna play for an hour. And if we sit down with $150, we ain't ever pulling more money out of our pocket. If that shit keeps stacking, it just keeps stacking. But we're going to play for an hour and we're going to get the fuck up. If we got $80 and we sat down with 100, it's a $20 fuck. We do whatever. And at each motherfucking casino, we keep the record and we treat that shit like the Masters. Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we keep score like it's on some golf shit, and we see who won the motherfucking the three casino motherfucking trip.
That was now you was right. The golf tournament start on Thursday. They Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They 4 days.
Oh, okay. Well, we only doing 3 instead of 4. If you make the cut, you got to make the cut to play in the actual tourney though. Friday is the only thing to actually score. Right? Thursday ain't a part of your official score, is it?
No, it is. Thursday and Friday, you have to make,
it affect the leaderboard
to make the weekend.
What I'm saying is if you finish Thursday -3, that shit is a part of your score on the leaderboard?
Yeah.
Damn, I thought it was only Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
It's you play Thursday and Friday to make the cut for the weekend. And they keep that score from Thursday and Friday going to the weekend. But
okay, so it don't drop off at any point. That shit metastasize. It stay with you.
Yeah.
So you make the cut. But it ain't like, all right, we all start from scratch. That's crazy. So that's crazy. Okay. Yeah. So we still only doing 3, but we do it golf rules. So we sit down at the first table. If you up 240, you plus 240. Not on their bed and shit, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so cool. We're going to do that shit. And we'll set a budget that's fair. Whatever we both got, that'll be our limit to sit down and gamble with. And that'll determine what table we go to.
That's a bit.
Bet I'm going to be ready, bro. We're going to kick this shit off like that. You feel me? We're going to be studying this shit.
Bro, I love that shit, bro. Like we kicked off a game here in Houston. It's a bunch of the homies from our alma mater. Shout out to Swanee, the homie.
I'm so terrible. Whenever I play, I keep what beat what on the list in my pocket.
Cause you don't play that often. That's all. if you play more, you know, like it makes sense.
Like I know I got 2 pair, but should I be cocky? Like, damn, it's 5 things to beat this shit.
But the thing about that shit is, bro, like that 2 pair shit. The thing that made poker so dope is it's a game of math, and it's also a game of showmanship and like emotion and reading motherfuckers and knowing like how like it's so many moving parts in that shit, bro. And like where you sitting at the table matters and like the whole shit.
Bro, I'm finna be obsessed with all the numbers. I'm gonna know the likelihood of getting everything. So if I got a flush and I know it's 3 things that can beat it, and it's a 1 in 10%, like a 12% chance of getting a flush, that make it a 5%, a 3%, a 2% chance of getting that.
Exactly.
Bro, I'm finna know all that shit. We finna get into this shit, nigga.
Yeah. Poker dope, bro. I love poker. And I realize it's actually a game of skill. Like you like know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Like motherfuckers who write songs that have lasted the test of time, like they wrote some shit that's actually applicable. Like that song is, you gotta, it's.
And I think a cool way to do that shit, might be you play an hour, then I play an hour. So we kind of support each other, watch and learn from the other one mistakes and moves, watch the tone and tenor of the table. And we ain't raising and bluffing and fucking the other one over.
Yeah.
That's what, you know what? Fuck it. This is a competition. Fuck you, dog. You play against the dealer anyway, don't you? You can't fuck the other players. You play against the dealer when you play in Vegas. You beat the dealer, you win, right?
There are things, if you know the persons who playing with you, if y'all playing, like there are things you can do to like tip your homie off. If y'all, there are things you can do.
But now what I'm saying is, if I got a better hand than you, I don't get your money, do I? I just get whatever I bet versus the deal.
You get the money I bet. You get the money I bet. So if I...
So you get the pot if you win the hand?
You get the pot if you win the hand. Every single hand has a pot. Yeah, every single hand got.
Yeah, I don't know shit about poker like that. I thought you play in Vegas because you know in blackjack you just beat the dealer.
Right.
I ain't never played poker in a Vegas setting, so I'm ignorant to it. I only played it like playing with my brothers and shit, and we just play and whoever win, fuck boy. See how I'm living. So it wasn't even really no stakes. We wasn't even gambling nothing. You know what I'm saying?
So it's like you said, the VIG, you gotta kick in. There's an amount of money you gotta put up to actually sit down at the table. They give you your chips. And it's kind of like Monopoly is whoever got the most chips at the end wins, but there's a pot in every single hand. And what you're trying to do is win as many pots as possible to build your stack. Yeah.
But I'm saying in a Vegas setting, can you walk away after 2 hands if you feel like it? Ain't no limits.
I've never played in Vegas.
Well, I mean, in a casino setting.
I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can. I mean,
you know the tournament.
You're going to get the people who come on, man, give me a chance to win back my money. You're going to get them motherfuckers.
Because they don't want to be playing just versus the dealer, kind of pots to be smaller.
Right.
Well, I guess you got to have a certain amount of people at a table to play.
Yeah, I think 4. At the minimum is 4.
Okay. Yeah, I got a lot to learn about that shit.
I don't even know what the maximum is. The most I've seen at the table is 12. I played in the game with 12 people before. Yeah, and that's kind of like LCR. That's how you look at it anyway. It's like, damn.
We gonna fuck this deck up every hand, yeah. There's a lot of $3. It's tables where you betting $1 chips and shit.
They got start from $1, $5, 10, 50, 100. I think is how the chips.
What I'm saying is, if you go,
you sit in some tables where it's like $1,000 chips.
Are there any maximums? Is my question. Are there any places where they're like, oh, you can't raise $25, man. Go to the other room for that shit.
Them the rooms I'm looking for.
Yeah, well, it kind of it depends on like the limits at the table.
That's what I mean. How that work?
Yeah, so you got the blinds. You usually have a big blind and a small blind, and like just so there's action every single hand. You have somebody who has to kick in, and it goes to everybody. So I think you may have to play like a round of it. It goes all the way around until like it gets to you to be the blind.
Yeah. It starts off and you buy in. Everybody throw in. I think that's what you described earlier. You buy in, and that's what started the hand being dealt.
Yeah.
And then there's a blind that you're talking about before you see. I think they say your turn card. You know what I'm saying, or whatever the fuck, where you actually look at your shit.
Yeah. So you got we'll say.
Or is that something different? The turn card is the shit in the middle.
Those are
y'all playing Texas Hold'em, or y'all dealing and dishing cards back?
We in Texas, nigga. We play Texas Hold'em. This is Texas.
Take that, France, Germany, Sweden. I ain't never heard of Sweden Hold'em. I ain't never heard of. I actually fuck with Sweden. What's the difference? I ain't never heard of Portugal Hold'em.
Oh, I fuck with Portugal though. I used to always play with them on FIFA.
That's why I took a shot at them, because I didn't play with them. I always used to play with them against you, and then you switch the team. I loved them. They some
Germans.
Them in France, bro.
Yeah.
And who ended up playing in the World Cup that year? Shouts out to Zenit in, man. I can't believe he ended it like that. FIFA 06, I love you. I'll never play another FIFA. I really ain't played no other one, bro.
I played one other one in this ass.
06 and World Cup.
2. World Cup.
And I like the club version, and I like the World Cup. Nah, you got both. If you look in the case that I gave you, it's both of them in there. You got the one with the Madden on the other side of it. The one that got Madden in it got the other version, not the FIFA case. Look in the one that got Madden in it.
The greatest year for games, because I haven't played a better Madden than 06.
Bruh, you'd be surprised at how many niggas who noise now was on that video game though. Them niggas been playing for a minute. Cristiano on that bit. I don't think Messi is.
Yeah.
But Ronaldinho on that bit.
Wayne Rooney was on that hoe.
Rooney, I used to hate that nigga. BT Rooney used to play with them niggas all the time. We be playing on Xbox.
His name in France. He came over here. He played in your man's from France came over here.
Thierry
Henry.
Thierry Henry, my guy.
Treasure I think Treasure Gay retired. Who else was on that thing?
Zlatan was on that bit.
I'm not sure. Because I didn't know about him.
No, he was. No, he was.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on Spain.
Okay. Yeah, my dog.
You ain't play with a Spaniard, man.
Yeah, I played with Brazil. I did play with Spain a few times. David.
Was that nigga on Spain? Where is that nigga from Spain? Zlatan?
I don't know. I used to play with Black Star Nation. I played with Ghana. Nigeria here and there.
See, I played with Nigeria when I played with the African team.
Yeah, because them motherfuckers could run.
Oh my God. You couldn't shoot worth for shit, but you couldn't score on them.
Yeah.
We was going to penalty kicks. If somebody picked Nigeria, that shit going to penalty kicks. And that shit is a gourmet game of paper, scissors, rock, where you can go left high, left middle, left down, right middle, right high, right down, middle high, middle low. You can kick that shit rolling. You could kick it in the air. That shit is like super paper, scissors, rock. I promise you, I would pay for a game that was just penalty kick.
Yeah.
Shit would get tight in overtime, and niggas would be ready to fight if you scored in the last, like, if you scored in extra minutes, niggas would be ready to fight. One, because they lost, but you also took penalty kicks from them when you did that shit. Like, you motherfucker. Right. Niggas be ready to... At this PlayStation 2, so you get to see
you made it
that shit be like Zeus throwing a lightning bolt. You see the cord wiggling toward the system. You like, hold up, nigga, calm down. That shit You go get to the system in a minute, but y'all will never know the enjoyment.
PS2, man. My old one is out of commission, but I got to play that game again because it's the only game
Bro, all of my stuff is dispersed now. Like I found my Guitar Hero 2 the other day. I done had the guitar sitting in a little bin forever, but I finally found the disc the other day. It was in the music bin under a Swanee cover. Yeah.
That's funny.
You took me back with that one. Man. What made you talk about them sports you want to adopt after talking about gambling? Why you thought about the ones you want to learn?
We started talking about gambling, and I talked about it triggered the thought of gambling based on skill rather than just based on complete chance. And then I don't know why the hell I really thought about
Do you want to learn those sports because the ones you gambled on you are so knowledgeable about because you actually played them, and you want to be able to gamble on all sports, but you're not gambling?
No, so I do still want to gamble, but I want to do something that has to do with gambling skill. So that's why I want to do poker. The other sports, I want to get good at them shits because I was never really exposed to them. Golf, we didn't learn about that. I didn't learn about it until going into my senior year of college. I wish I'd have played golf coming up. We always have a great time doing it. And
yeah.
It is a game of you versus you. Like, you're not playing anybody else for real. You're playing yourself. And
that's the funniest thing to watch niggas cheat when we out there, when we keeping score, bro. That shit be like,
I just want to beat myself while I'm out there. For real. Like any score that I had previous to being out there.
If I could say the only negative thing about golf is the nigga asking you what your strokes are on a regular basis. That's the only negative experience in golf. Your peers asking you what your strokes are. Bitch, just golf. I'm going to keep it honest when I write my number on the scorecard. You do whatever you want to, bro. You won today. Before we even smack one. Because I'm going to have a beer every 3 holes.
Right.
And I'm going to hit the vape pen every 2.
You play while drinking. Like while drinking. Like on the way to my next hole or waiting on you to do your thing, I can have me a few swings of this alcohol.
It's a sport that don't really need a referee, nigga.
Yeah.
It's a sport where you can talk shit about everybody you playing against because you 100 yards away from them at all times.
Oh man, can we do something?
Go for it.
We need to get a GSH YouTube account so we can broadcast live golf tournaments. So we can commentate, because there ain't no black commentators in golf. And I feel like as black dudes, we got so much more sauce on this commentating shit than them motherfuckers got. So being able to count, because we know like the terminology for golf.
Yeah. Let go, bro.
And so I'm trying to have black commentators.
We need to be doing that anyway. Let's set up a GSH Twitch account for when I get their PS5, whenever the fuck it get in stock. And let's get a GSH YouTube for the same thing. Let's start live streaming shit.
Yeah. GSH Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah. I'm with that idea.
And you always gave me the stories about tennis. That's why I want to fuck with that tennis. And when we went out there to Wyoming, I only played that one time we went out there, but I had a great time. And I've always been interested in like playing the game. I was just never exposed to it. And I grew up in a country club fucking town. I just didn't have access to the country club sports.
And the beautiful thing about tennis is it's actually a great workout. But now, if you got the side of a building and a road that cars aren't driving down, what you got is a whole motherfucking gym. It's that ping pong shit, but it's a workout. You just run. That shit enjoyable. Bro, before they did that remodel shit down in the hood, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, fuck it, man. Y'all know the hood. My friend the cater care.
in McCoy Park, man, in the 90s growing up, that shit was always full of life, man. And we was down that big going ham every fucking day. There were 3 basketball courts. And it was legit like NBA college, high school. You had to work your way up to where niggas would even pick you on the top court. Niggas would walk to the other courts and scout niggas, be like, yeah, you ain't ready for the top court. And they remodeled that park. The court that was the NBA is grass area for the new residents of the community to let their dogs shit. The part that was basketball court number 2 is a winding path with wood chips on either side, not even grass. And then it has drainage that run through it. And the third court, guess what? It's still a basketball court, but the court that was high school has hills on both sides of the goals. So if you miss a shot on either side, it goes into the woods and to a hill, or down a hill that leads to a baseball field. And one of the side out of bounds goes all the way down a fucking hill to an elementary school. The other side of the court used to be the tennis courts where a young Dave learned how to play tennis and got sponsored by Nike as a young, like, beating teenagers as a 12-year-old. Is now a skate park. So the one basketball court they left, they spent millions of dollars building a skate park on one side of it, and it's 3 hills on the other sides of the fucking basketball court. This is what we talk about when we talk about systematic racism. Because don't act like you don't understand. When you go to look at an apartment complex and you see an area that's clearly a basketball court, they got like a sorry-ass gazebo in it, and it's just on paved concrete. There's no grass in sight, and you ask, why y'all take down the basketball court? And they say it was attracting the wrong element. They saying black residents. Now, 2 niggas who stay in the complex will invite 4 niggas they know and play every weekend like they the Lakers and Celtics. And it'd only be 2 residents to have 10 niggas at that apartment complex. Oh, nigga, y'all got a court? And that's you goddamn right. That shit was
that shit at the pop.
Call that shit the sweat box. We in there hooping with Fauntleroy and goddamn the BarberStar. He talking about like nigga
dead ass
success clusters, nigga. But
we was in there being hooping with the BarberStar, the best barber known on the planet Earth.
Every star need a barber, but every barber ain't a star. You heard me. Every star need a barber, but every barber ain't a star. Marcus Harvey is one of one, my nigga.
That nigga the GOAT, bro.
And we was in that bitch hooping like that bitch what a block. You heard me? We be in that bitch banging. And that white women up there on the elliptical machine trying to work out. White women up there on the elliptical machine trying to work out. A nigga go to shoot a layup after a nigga done called a foul, and a nigga slapping that shit like he KG up into the glass. We was in that motherfucker hooping on the daily. Every time that nigga put up for a jump, it made me mad. I could not understand how that nigga stroke was so silky, bro. I just knew that nigga couldn't hoop, bro.
His little portly ass. That nigga had a chopper.
I swear to God, bro. Like, we had came down there. We had came down there like 3 or 4 times, and he just wasn't hooping at the time. And he kept talking about, yeah, man, you know I cut hair, man. You should fuck with me. And I just never fuck with him. You hear me?
Yeah.
And then we came down there and he was hooping his ass off the first time I seen him hoop. And then we played against them niggas because they won. And then them niggas beat us. I was like, man, fuck it. They ain't getting the nigga my money, man. Come out here with that weak ass bait shot. I'm in here mad, you know what I'm saying? And you take the nigga info and set the appointment. So I go with you, bruh. And the funniest shit, bruh. And I wonder if he still do this shit. And I don't know if he know he do this shit. I think I told him. But man, I'm sitting here watching nigga do the half, man. He washed the nigga head and scalp. I'm like, man, I ain't never seen a nigga wash a nigga half for it. This shit, okay, this look interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he get it nigga a facial. It's a heated towel. Like that bitch steaming and shit. Before the nigga even started cutting this nigga hair look better than I've ever seen this nigga and shit. Yeah, I'm saying on some straight 80 flex and shit. And then the nigga bust out the clippers and this nigga get the chewing on his tongue. That country as he want to be, bro. I swear to God, bro. And when I say that nigga P came out that motherfucker looking like he ready for a motherfucking movie shoot, cuz. No. I got up and like my pride wouldn't let me do it in person. I waited till we got back to the apartment complex, but I made my appointment that day, nigga. And he was the first barber I had ever dealt with where you had to set an appointment.
Yeah.
But I quickly understood exactly why, bro. That shit was always more than worth it, bro. I swear to God, man. His perspective on so many things is just real as fuck, man. Even down to shit that niggas bitch about. He just talk to you and give you perspective on some grown man shit. He was like, man, when y'all nigga met me, man, I was at a different stage in my career, but I always gave y'all the level of service that I'm even providing to my motherfucking celebrity client. He say motherfucking, this how I talk. He a man of God. But the level of care that I actually give my celebrity clients, I always gave y'all that level of care because y'all deserve it. My prices increase as we all increase to different places in life. And I expected y'all to be moving up just like I'm moving up. You know what I'm saying? And like just his perspective and how you talk about success clusters, like that rising tide raises all boats shit, man. Tal said you gotta make sure you don't let anybody change you for the worse. This motherfucker Marcus Harvey, bruh, he is a human being I've only ever had to worry about making sure I let change me for the better. And that is rare out here in this world. So shouts out to bruh, and we can't spend too much time shouting out Marcus Harvey, the BarberStar, and the Musalay. I know he popped up randomly, but he deserves every bit of love he get anywhere he get it. Point blank, period. So,
I'm gonna give a quick story about my dog, man. My favorite story about
talk your shit. Never too much, never too much, man. Talk your shit about bruh.
I moved away from Atlanta. He started cutting my hair in 2010. I moved away from Atlanta in August 2010. I came back to Atlanta in July of 2016. So I went 6 years without getting.
He moved in 2011. He was here for a year. So the connection, the friendship was built over a year from 2010 to 2011.
Yeah, I left in August 2011. Excuse me. I came back in 2016 in July after 5 years of not getting that experience at the Musalay. Man, let me tell y'all what happened to your boy. I set that first appointment. It was the 4th of July weekend, and I couldn't get it. I moved back to the A on July 4th, 2016 is when I pulled into town. I set an appointment for his first availability, which was, I think, July the 9th, 2016. I left, it was after my first week of work. I was on my way to the shop. My car broke down at the intersection of North Ave, right there by Georgia Tech, bro. We talk about North Ave and it wasn't Tech Parkway. But what is Tech Parkway called?
You talking about right by the campus?
Bro, right there by the football stadium. That street that went right there to the left of the football stadium. It's one of the most
it would be Lucky Street if it's not on campus. Once you get on campus, it's Techwood Drive.
So Techwood Drive.
Like when you coming up North Avenue, like if you take a right off the highway, once you get to the top of the hill, you at North Ave and Lucky Street. If you keep going under that little bridge leading over to Marietta, that's where you are?
That one, what's the one? Nah, the one that
the one that cut through and hit North Side?
North Side. It's North Side. It was North Side. It was North Side Drive. Yeah. It was North Side. My car broke down at North Side Drive.
That's
North Side Drive. I'm sorry. It was North Side Drive and North Side Drive and Piedmont. Like one of the most busy intersections.
Nigga, no. Was it close to the shop? Had you made it close?
No.
It could have been North Side and P. Like
it was North Side Drive. I wasn't nowhere near close.
Nigga, no. I don't think Piedmont hit North Side.
Peachtree, excuse me. Peachtree, North Side. Peachtree, not
that don't
Piedmont.
either. I don't think that do either. You as far as fuck away from the shop. For those people trying to get a glimpse of how this shit work, Atlanta about 14 miles in diameter. So to be 5 miles from where you need to be is to be far as fuck. Because to go a mile could take 15 minutes in this motherfucker with traffic. So bro was probably about 3.5, 4 miles from where he needed to be. He was Buckhead adjacent and he had to get his ass all the way to Midtown.
Yeah, my car broke down by Georgia Tech Stadium. That's the point of this story. I will get them streets and I will let you know. But it was one of the most busy intersections in the city. My car broke down.
You probably was around
disappointment.
North Side and 10th, maybe. What restaurant were you close to? It was
somewhat, bro.
Closest restaurant to the Whip.
Hold on. Let me see. What was the building? The Bank of America building in Atlanta.
The Bank of America building is at the corner of North Avenue and Peachtree. That building? So
that's where I was. North Avenue and Peachtree. It was a street that run right by the apartment. Like with the apartment, the street we looked over on the balcony, it's that same street. That's the street my car broke down on.
The street that the right balcony look over?
Yeah, that street. I know on the top side it was Ponce de Leon. On the bottom side was that North Ave.
In front of you was Piedmont. To the left of you was North Ave. To the right was Ponce. Behind you was Myrtle.
It was North Ave. Yes, that's right. It was North Ave. So the one that ran over North Ave. Yeah, North Ave ran over. It was North Side. It was North Ave ran over Peachtree.
Yeah. So you was at North Ave and Peachtree. I see what you're saying, and that is right by the football stadium. Varsity would be the close. J.R. Cricket's Varsity would be the two closest restaurants.
That's my car broke down, nigga. I pulled out of the garage.
So this nigga. So for those of y'all that don't understand, and I don't know why he didn't give me this reference. He was closer to the house than he was to the barbershop and went to the barbershop.
I left my car.
He was closer to the house than the barbershop and left his shit in the middle of downtown, midtown, y'all. When y'all hear nigga talk about the W, that shit 1.5 miles from where he left his goddamn car.
I went straight to the barbershop, G. I said, I'm not
crazy.
Appointment.
Is that the situation where you said you had to fight the ticket because they tried to give you a ticket because you left it?
Yeah. I left that shit. I left that shit.
Didn't somebody steal some tires or some shit that day? Didn't somebody steal some tires or some shit on the car? I feel like something like that happened when you left it. Okay.
I had a lock. Yeah, I had a lock on my shit, so they didn't get my shit.
You only for that nigga had the crowbar shit.
So Georgia, I called AAA. They was like, you have to be with your car when we get there. I said, fuck that shit. I will not be here. So AAA got there. They left because they couldn't move the car without the owner of the car being there. So Georgia Tech's on-campus police called the tow company and told it to they they tow company, and I had to go get that bitch the next day. But my Uber driver, he saw me. He's like, bro, you look stressed. I was like, man, I just left my car at North Ave and Peachtree. I was like, of course I'm stressed. He was like, hey, and I learned a great lesson that day. He told me, refocus and restructure. And I was like, bro, it's a blessing here, man. I went to that appointment, dog. Me and my dog chopped it up, and he was like, bro, we could have rescheduled. I was like, oh, it wasn't a reschedule in this shit, bro. I was coming to get this haircut. We went by the crib and everything. I was with that nigga for like the next 4 hours, bro. And then I went over to the Antico's afterwards and met up with some folks for some pizza, bro.
I do want to call that thing Antipatico's. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
hold a grudge forever, man. If you don't let me tell you what I want on my pizza, I'm not gonna tell you this pizza tastes good.
Yeah, that pizza great to me.
The service fantastic. Domino's don't come ask you how the pizza is. It's all right, shouty. But I wouldn't have did spinach with their Gouda.
And you
I mean, them being a dick, bro. I like them though. They love.
You can't sit in the kitchen either. And in Domino's, you can't bring your own alcohol in that bitch either. I love Antico's.
And that's what I mean, y'all, about being from where we from and being ingratiated into different environments. Because in that joint, bro, when you talk about melting pot, but you got people from any part of the Asian diaspora you could think of in that motherfucker. Like, don't you dare assume somebody from any country in Asia if you see them in that motherfucker. You got Vietnamese people in there, Japanese people, Chinese people, Indonesian people in that motherfucker. I think I said Indian, Filipino people in that motherfucker. You got goddamn Desi people. I keep saying all these different type of Indian people because India got 1 billion motherfuckers over there, and these people are different when you talk about people from different parts of India. But anyway, you got Mexican people in there, goddamn Brazilians in that motherfucker, and when I say, like, I be hating on the pizza, but it obviously good because you be in that motherfucker packed. And it be a whole lot of motherfucking Southern hospitality going on. I'm talking about niggas in there, pelvis to butt sliding, like you dead ass getting twerk as you slide through their tight ass line, and they're like, what kind of pizza you got? Oh, that shit gonna be good. I got that last time I came. Try this shit right here. It's all veggie. How you feel about that? You be eating pizza that's all veggie? You have a good meal. I'm going to see you later when I come back through. You know what I'm saying? Am I bullshitting?
Not at all.
I'm talking about don't know. You look left, look right. Don't nobody in there look like any shot of the vision you had. That shit just love in there, man. So they cultivating a dope ass environment in Antico's. 100%. I just be wanting to hate because they don't let me. It ain't Burger King,
yeah,
but it's a great thing that it ain't Burger
pizza around this motherfucker.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna let y'all Americans American us. It's they legit Italians, man.
On some like, culture, they like shut up. We show up for dinner. Show up for dinner. Sit your ass down. Here go the pizza.
Look, you might not get this motherfucker the way you want it, but this pizza gonna be fantastic. And like you,
it's like a bar. It's like a bar. Nigga stand up, be like, another round? Y'all niggas ain't on it. I put it in 10 minutes ago. Show back up with a hot pie. You like, fuck it, man. We attacking this bitch.
Yeah. Fire brick ovens. Whenever they bring in new marinara sauce, they lift in the motherfucking door in the back, the truck pulling up to the back of that hole. They pulling out fresh ingredients. Your oregano, your basil,
hungry while
mozzarella. You see that shit, like that shit is fresh. That shit great. I love that spot, bro. We missed that motherfucker. Like, we used to be in that bitch at least once a week when Shawty moved out there.
Bro, did I send you all of them memes of that nigga who was playing around with that J. Cole line? Put an M right on your head. You Luigi brother now. And he had a reaction video as Luigi and one is Mario.
Nuh-uh.
I ain't even gonna describe it no more. I'm gonna just send you the videos. It's a whole saga. This nigga talented. That's all I'm gonna say. Like
Shouts out.
that nigga like, yeah, Mario. You Luigi brother now. Bro, that nigga sitting at the crib and he bitch just bopping to that shit. And it cut to that nigga Mario with the mustache. Pete, you hear this shit? Yeah, I said, they ain't gonna like that shit. Bro, that shit so good, bro. I swear, man. I'm gonna see you the whole series, nigga. I'm gonna send them to a round. I'm gonna put them in the whatchamacallit, in the DB.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, man.
Oh shit. Yeah, man. That nigga Marcus Harvey, an artist though, man. A true artist.
Yeah, man.
In every sense of the word.
This shit, man.
Of the word.
He really is, man. I feel like, to keep things on a high note, man, I feel like we've been letting blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt go, man, with the elevated talk. And I feel like all that good reparations talk is what really set us off. And to keep the theme of episode 9, it's about motherfucking time going, man. Can you tell me something good?
Oh man, I got you, G. So something we talked about the sports that I want to get into. My dog was sponsored by Nike in this sport, and this is a sport that I didn't have access to, but I would really want to get to know a little bit better as an athlete and learning more about the sport. We're going to slide to the sport of tennis. And the good thing that I saw was at the I think it's the Rolando Gauff tournament in Paris right now. They got going on at most tennis tournaments, at all tennis tournaments that I know of. They have a single side and then they have the double side. And so competing this year in the doubles, we have the illustrious, decorated Venus Williams competing with the young phenom, Miss Coco Gauff, man. And so it was dope to see. And so I wrote down some of the accomplishments over.
Has this already happened?
This is already. They lost in the first round because I don't think they've ever played together. But they played. Yeah, but they played together, and like them playing together was enough for me. I saw it while I was in Mexico. I was just sitting randomly at a bar called John's, and I was like, hold up, is that Coco Gauff playing with Venus Williams? Oh man, I done lived the full life. That's dope, man. So Coco Gauff grew up in the A. I did not know this at first.
We out here.
Family moved down to Delray Beach, Florida, so she could be at a closer to.
That's what I wasn't willing to do.
Yeah,
and that's the thing y'all gotta understand. Whenever you display another level of one of these skills at one of these Caucasian dominated sports, they immediately ask you to uproot your life and move to an area where it's more prominent. And we don't be willing to do that shit a lot of the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the Williams sisters did the same thing. They went from Compton, California, I forget the Linwood, something like that is the exact neighborhood city that they moved from, to Florida, I believe, to get the coaching and stuff that they, and I didn't know
that's where they still got their complex to this day.
Yeah.
You're down there in Florida.
But I wanted to read off some of Venus's accomplishments, man, because I didn't know them all. I just knew she was one of the dopest people in the sport, and she's the person who brought me to the sport. Her and Serena. There weren't any black men on the tennis side, so whenever we hear about those first black folks doing anything, that's when we started to pay attention. It happened for me in Gauff with Tiger in '96. My pops introduced me to Gauff before then, but I started being interested when I saw somebody who looked like me doing it. So that's how I got into Gauff. And then when the Serena sisters, the Williams sisters, Venus and Serena, started to display their dominance on a large platform, on the world platform, that's when I became hip to the tennis game. I didn't know it was a sport that we played for real. And then Coco Gauff played against Venus and beat her in I think it might have been a U.S. Open in 2019. And she's like, I really, like, after she was crying and was like, I wouldn't be here like without you. You are the person I saw on this platform that inspired me, because I think she made the dedication to tennis, Coco Gauff, at 7, and she was like noticed at like 11. She was like legit, and they was like, yeah, you need to, your daughter's got a lot of talent. And I think they moved down there around the time she was like 10 or 11, and so Venus is a 5-time Wimbledon champ. Won in 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007, and 2008. 2-time U.S. Open champ. She won in 2000 and 2001. Australian Open runner-up in 2003 and 2017. French Open runner-up in 2002. She's the first African-American woman to be ranked world number 1, but she's the first woman who had access to the sport, I believe. First African-American woman who had the type of access she did. First player ranked outside the top 50 to make a U.S. Open final. She did it in 1997. And one of the only 2 women to reach a U.S. Open final in their first attempt. One of only 2 women, the other is her sister, to win 4 Olympic gold medals in tennis. One of only 2 players, male or female, to win 5 Olympic medals and to win an Olympic medal in singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. Both records shared with Kathleen McCain Godfrey. She's the only player to win an Olympic medal in 4 different editions of the Olympics. Most appearances in Grand Slam singles draws, 80. Lowest ranked, 31st ranked, and lowest seeded, 23rd woman to ever win at Wimbledon. She did that in 2007. Held the record for the fastest ever served by a woman, 129 miles per hour for 7 years. She was uprooted in 2014 by Sabine Lisicki, and she is a 14-time, she's won 14 doubles Grand Slams, and she has won 2 mixed doubles Grand Slams. Miss Coco Gauff is a 17-year-old phenom. She won the Junior French Open in 2018 at 14 years of age. She was the second youngest to do it. And at Wimbledon in 2019, she was the youngest woman to qualify for a Grand Slam tournament main draw. Youngest player, male or female, to qualify for the main draw at Wimbledon. So that is our something good, is the person who was the trendsetter in the sport, playing with the up and coming. We always see how a lot of old heads don't show love to the younger players. And we see that the younger players don't always pay homage to the older players, because the older players don't show that love to the younger players and respect them for their game. To see these 2 generations of tennis, of Black women coming together and playing on the same court on a huge stage like they did in Paris, was the something good that I saw over the weekend, man. And I just had to share it and give those.
We had this conversation about women. Leave it to a goddess to be a living legend, to be a GOAT, and to show men how you be a steward over your sport.
Yep.
Of course, it would take a living legend, a GOAT, who was a woman, to show you how the fuck is actually done. LeBron was drafted in 03. MJ, Wizard MJ ain't as far back as y'all think it is.
No.
The time to have shown love existed. The time for an exhibition one-on-one game to solve the conversation of who's the best at that time could have been done and raised a stupid amount of money for charity. You feel me? So, to piggyback on my dog telling you something good, thank God for women, man. Love y'all.
We love y'all. We love y'all so much.
Hey. Your hair look nice today. Wherever you is. If these words fall on your ears, you doing that shit, shawty.
You wearing the hell out that fit today, girl.
Swear to God.
I see you. Check that thing out in the mirror.
Hell yeah, man. And check the IG for the goddamn supporter wearing your bonnet out there in public. We support you, boo. Black unity. All 2021, man. Bruh, the summer gonna be hot as fuck, man.
Very. Very. I just officiated a wedding in 97-degree heat in the desert. Outside. That shit was outside. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Nigga, I'm glad I brought 2 suits. I sweated that first one the fuck out. I had to go change. That sun was on my back, bro. I gotta send you some pictures. That shit was